Yo, what's up everybody? Today we're going to be doing some more of the Umineko playthrough, and we're going to be doing some more episode 6 stuff, and yeah, we're going to be looking into everything that's actually happened regarding, not only, as you can see what George is saying here, about Edikar, but probably also about a lot of other things just about the illusion of the witch I hope we learn about today, and we're probably just going to see more of, Beatrice and Beatrice the Elder's journey, and I don't know, maybe some scenes of... Well, to be fair, I think it's a guarantee that we're probably going to get a scene with Angie and Featherin nearly every time we actually play this, because they are spectating over everything. They are watching over so much. So it just feels kind of stupid that, we wouldn't get scenes from them. So, yeah, let's see what this is. Yeah, isn't it just so ironic to think that even Edikar is just trying to put on such a bloomin' front to people who just come in? Yeah, it's not as if anything has happened. Yeah. Edikar-chan, huh? She's an odd... Oh, well, yeah, to be fair, odd is a good way of describing it. Yeah, she's an odd kid. Well, Jesus Christ, if all young kids were if Edikar was a representation of all young kids, then I think the world would be doomed even more than it is now. Somehow I just can't seem to get along well with young kids these days. Yep, seriously? Nah, fuck. Screw them. I see that, yeah, you're still pretty young yourself, George-san. No, I see that. Yeah, he kind of has like the dad-like responsibility. Maybe that's why he's such a good parent and he understands kids so well, because of the fact that he's had so much experience with actually, just dealing with people that are younger than him in general, because of the fact that there's so many in his family. I mean, I have that, but I don't have shit in terms of experience. I guess it's because I've always been the oldest of the cousins. But yeah, that is fair. Yeah, it's almost made me feel like I'm not one of the young ones anymore. Yeah, fair enough. Wow, this is a really quite interesting little photo here. I don't think we've seen this before. Just looking up into the arbor. We've seen so many scenes with George and Shannon proposing, like for example in episode 1 and 2, and yet I don't think we've seen something like this. It's quite funny. George and Shannon could be seen standing in the raised rose garden. Though the rain was still pouring down, there was hardly any wind at all. Yeah, the scant protection provided by the arbor was more than enough to house this secret meeting between lovers. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, definitely. I don't disagree, though. Following that fight with Edikar, they decided to play some cards for a change of pace. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. When that was over, Shannon had returned to the servant room. Yeah, and shortly after that, George had left this room to meet with Shannon at the time they had arranged. Yeah.
No,
I don't disagree whatsoever. I find it really quite funny that Shannon is literally 18. She's maybe 2-3 years younger, and yet she can still have this view, and she can talk in a way that sort of sounds like a mother would talk about kids. I think kids around Edikar-chan's age have a hard time getting along with themselves, more so than any other age. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is quite cool. Yeah, around that age, most kids are so determined to free themselves from the shell of childhood that they lash out in all directions with their beaks. I like that, yeah. Yeah, when they do break out, they'll finally be able to stretch their wings and fly high. I was like that too. Oh no, I do see that, yeah. Yeah, my old self, still trapped inside that shell, was a weak, deplorable person who I couldn't really respect. No, I mean, obviously Shannon wouldn't think it's true, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter whether she thinks it's true or not. It just matters how the person who, the person who's actually living inside the body feels, I suppose you could say. But yeah. Yeah, that is actually a really quite interesting interpretation. It's just as if, you know, Erika is trying so hard to actually get into the adult world that she is just completely losing herself in the process. I mean, she's losing all of the respect and maturity just because of the fact that she wants to do things that adults can actually do. And I do actually see this analogy. I think it really works with Erika because, you know, she's trying to be a detective, but at the same time she is objectively too young to actually be qualified as a detective. So maybe that fight was just because of the fact that she wanted so badly to be a detective, and she will do anything to get to her goal, even if it means completely. But at the same time, like, none of what she did actually helps her becoming a detective. Bullying kids doesn't help you become a detective, sadly. It's just this is just assigning too much kindness to somebody who has been horrible. Let's be honest here. No, it's okay. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I realize that about myself. God. He's really honest. Yeah, back then, I might have been the oldest of the cousins, but I was still a lazy, hopeless person. Yep, relatable. And it wasn't just with the cousins. Yeah, it is interesting to think. I really do wonder when, you know, George was, for example, my age. I do wonder what he was actually like at home, and I do wonder what Eva thought of him as well, because Eva is the most judgmental little parent ever. Yeah. At home, at school, I was like that everywhere. Yeah, that is understandable. I hate it being like that. I wanted to break that shell and become a splendid adult like mother and father. Yeah, and it is really interesting. It's so convenient that he has a lot of respect for his parents, because that just makes something like this so much easier. You have something to work to. Yeah, but in the end, you did break out of that shell, George-sama. Yeah, that's nice. To be honest, this guy is more mature than some of the, you know, 40, 50-year-olds there, if you ask me. I mean, look at Rosa, fucking hell. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of unfair to say that, because obviously different circumstances have led them to those points, but still. George has more self-control than Rosa, even though she's probably around 40 to 45, I don't know. Every time I've met you these past few years, you've grown beyond recognition. Thank you. Oh god, did something cause you to make up your mind? To break out of my shell? Yes. Yeah, I can't imagine that you grew so rapidly, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. No, I do see that, yeah. That's a nice... By just wandering around aimlessly. Oh yeah. Somebody's going to be a little bit shy after this. They're going to be really, really blushing, I think, because obviously it's you. I thought there must have been some turning point that made you become so determined. Yeah, seriously, yeah. I fell in love with you and grew thanks to the power of love, is what I've told you so far. Yeah. That's interesting. But the truth is the turning point was a much more negative emotion. No way. No, I see that. I see that, yeah. Everyone has negative emotions, and if you are saying that you don't have any negative emotions, you're lying. And if you're saying it's impossible for you to actually have negative emotions, absolutely lies, not a hint of truth in them. But at the same time, yeah, I do see that with George. Like, I mean, obviously everyone has negative emotions. It just depends on the strength of those emotions and how bad they are, really. No way, it's hard to believe that someone who's always as bright and cheerful as you could have negative emotions. Yeah. I do wonder what... Well... Oh, Jesus, I am a little bit scared already. Don't tell me he's abused someone. Oh, God. My parents brought me up to treat women with care. And I thought that I managed to live my life that way. Yes. No, I don't disagree, yeah. I think you're wonderful, a real gentleman. But to be fair, a lot of people are kind, because a lot of people who have done ridiculously bad incidents and then have really regretted it have became some of the kindest people. Like, for example, the Higurashi people, I think they are brilliant examples. You know, so many of them are absurdly flawed in terms of what they've done. Well, to be fair... Okay, yeah, spoiler for Higurashi, obviously, but I think the only one who was actually making the conscious decision about what they could have done was Keiichi. Yeah. Yeah. Rika, I suppose. Yeah, Rika, fucking hell. No, wait, no, hang on a second, I'm getting confused. No. But I'm not actually. Yeah, that is interesting. I do wonder what's actually happened. But I'm not actually. Okay, thank God, because obviously I think, you know, if you want to contradict something like this, I just think that, you know, the eventuality that comes up the most is, you know, you've treated them badly. I didn't know how to interact with the opposite. Yeah, fair enough. Oh my God, I deified them excessively. And though I always behaved in a gentlemanly ladies first kind of way. Oh, it must be. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, who isn't, to be fair? Yeah, I was probably outright afraid of interacting with girls. Yeah, but the thing is, it sucks, and it makes your life so inconvenient if you can't interact with the opposite sex. I see that, yeah. Of course, Georgia wanted to be around girls as much as any healthy boy might. However, he didn't know how to interact with them. He wanted to act like a gentleman to avoid being disliked by them, treating them with care. Yeah, definitely, yeah. This guy's obviously read anime related mangas. Sorry, that just really went down the toilet. This guy's obviously read manga or watched anime if they deify woman. No, wait, he's a Toho player. Oh my God. No, I'm just kind of taking this out of context, but yeah. But yeah, that is fair. I don't know about you guys, but a lot of people here, I'm sure they're just watching this, and, you know, I kind of feel this as well, like, fuck other people. That's basically my viewpoint on it. Like, I don't care if they're a boy or a girl, I can piss off. Because I can't be bothered to go through the stress of interacting with someone, it's not worth it. Of those feelings, only the words treat women with care took precedence. Yeah, blossoming into a subconscious fear of women. That is interesting. Oh yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, you might call a man like that gentlemanly or a late bloomer. I see, you know, obviously a late bloomer. You could definitely call him gentlemanly, but a late bloomer because of the fact that, you know, he did have the potential, and as you can see with how close he is to Shannon, he could have always done it, but the only thing is, obviously, it's taken a long time. Ridiculous. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I was just a coward. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. This is the thing about the world and anything socially. If you're a kind person, like, most of the time people don't care whatsoever. I mean, that's what I've found. Because of that, I started to wonder why I couldn't get a girlfriend if I was so gentlemanly. Like, no matter how shy you are, no matter how kind you are, if you're shy, you're not going to get anywhere. That's what I've found, at least. Like, it's so much harder to talk to people if you don't have the courage, even if you're really kind. It's unfair, but still. And I eventually came to the conclusion that all of the women in the world had no taste, and started to hate all of them selfishly. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, that's what a truly pathetic man looks like. Yeah, I mean, at least I haven't gone that low, but yeah, I do see that, because you're so scared about them, so you hate them for the stress they're actually putting on you, I suppose. Yeah, that is actually really interesting. So, you know, the only feelings that really took priority were the ones, you know, instructing him to actually take care of them. So, he's prioritised on a desire to take care. So, as a result, he hasn't really, you know, focused on the actual important part, which is getting people to know. Yeah. No, I do see that, yeah. How many years ago was it when I noticed? Probably when I was in middle school. Oh, yeah, no, I see that, yeah. At the time, I assumed that I was obviously the most gentlemanly of the cousins. So I would obviously be popular with women. Yeah, no, I do see that, yeah, but... Yeah, easily, yeah. However, reality was very different, yeah. I agree. Yeah, that's sad. At school, I was pretty much completely hopeless. Far from being a leader, I was a typical bully kid who got pushed around by everyone. Yeah, seriously, yeah. Yeah, at the time I figured I was just a capable and adaptable man who could keep in perfect tune with his surroundings. How stupid. No, I do see that. This is the thing, I mean, there are some surroundings that are so awful that you shouldn't have to adapt to them, and if anything, you know, you don't... I feel like in a situation where you're getting bullied all the time, like, it's just so difficult. What do you do? Yeah, sure, I might have gained some measure of trust from girls. Yeah, same on it. Well, maybe not, but, kinda. However, not only was there, no one who would become my girlfriend, there weren't even any girls I could call friends. No, but the only thing is with friends, like, you know, the only reason people like George, and let's be honest, me, make friends is out of entire coincidence. Because we don't know how to make friends for shit. Because it's just too hard. I mean, I don't know if anyone else watching this feels like this, but, you know, I don't know, personally, I'm just thinking, like, you know, making a friend is too hard to do, and it's too stressful, and it requires too much, so what's the point of actually doing it? Yeah, I was a man who always stepped back for the sake of ladies. So, yeah, I see that properly gentlemanly approach. Oh, no, I see that, yeah. Yeah, because obviously you let the ladies first, but then that kind of proves the... Well, it proves that you're considerate. I don't entirely agree with this. Who would ever want to follow behind such a negative, unmotivated man? It's funny. Yeah, that is tricky. Yeah, and was convinced that I was an attractive guy. To be fair, I've never had that. Yeah. I can sort of understand how you felt. Just because someone puts in a lot of hard work to look attractive to the opposite sex. Seriously, yeah. It doesn't necessarily work out as they plan. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah. And isn't it interesting to think, like, if you're kind, if you talk to people loads, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have friends, and it secondly doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a girlfriend. It always just depends on the people who are around you, really. Because there could be you could be surrounded in an entirely poisonous environment. If you're, you know, somebody that doesn't want to make friends easily, and you're in the poisonous environment, then it's going to be really hard for your kindness to actually show. I mean, it can still, but it's going to be a lot more difficult than it would normally be. Has that happened to you too, Shannon? Of course. Oh, yeah, I can imagine that being complex. One time I wanted to catch a boy's eye so much, I tried to put on makeup even though I didn't know how, and embarrassed myself. I remember a lot of embarrassing failures. Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah. The person that finally made me get over my conceit and open my eyes was you, Shannon. It was both of you. What? Both of you? What was the turning point for you, George-san? I love that this is just turned into relate and self-deprecate. Envy, probably. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, maybe it's because of the fact that Shannon was so good, so he just had, you know, inspiration and, you know, a little bit of inferiority and sadness because of the fact that he wasn't as good as her. So that motivated him to, you know, work harder towards his goal, really. Yeah, just look at any of the, you know, really popular fashion industry. That just is kind of what that reminds me of. I mean, of course, these people do get loads and loads of people, you know, but sometimes with a lot of people who just try to pose, like, I do wonder if a lot of people who try to pose, like, if they actually have real partners or not. I don't know, it's hard to tell. No, wait, I think this is a typo. I think it's meant to say it was both of us. Envy, probably. That's unexpected. The envy over what? You bet. Oh wow, I love screenshots like these. I really don't know why, but he kinda looks like Bastila. That's who he looks like. That's, oh my god, you fucking idiot. That's because it is Bastila! Ha! I saw you on, wait, no, is it Bastila? If it's not Bastila, then it really does look like him, but, you know, judging by the fact that Shannon isn't in this photo, maybe it's not. I don't know, though. It looks like George, but at the same, it looks like George or Bastila, I don't know, but the haircut leads me to believe it is Bastila. It's gotta be. I saw you and Badalakun having a really good time talking. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because obviously he doesn't want Bastila to steal Shannon away from him, so, you know, he's gotta do it. Me and Batola-sama? Shannon raced through her memories, trying to find a conversation that might have made George envious. Yeah, that's probably why she can't find it. It's probably seemed trivial to you two. However, it still made me envious. I don't want Batola to hear what I say next no matter what. Can you promise me? This is going to be interesting. It's going to be a shameful confession. Still, I want you to hear it. Oh, that is interesting. God, you know. To be honest, I think even if somebody had really, really bad sides, no matter how bad they were, I think if they were doing this on my proposal, unless it's something that is inexplicably bad, I would just instantly have bias because of the fact that they have actually, even on one of the most important nights, they have potentially sacrificed everything that could happen. Like, what if, for example, bad outcome happens and Shannon thinks, oh my god, George is a complete monster, why was I ever getting with him to begin with, and then stops? I mean, it could happen. It genuinely could. Okay. Let me hear it. This is going to be really quite interesting. With a smile but a serious look in her eyes, Shannon nodded. Yeah, tonight. She knew what he was going to ask her tonight. Oh yeah, seriously. Yeah, George had the right to confess before asking that sacred question. No, I see that, yeah. And it is really interesting to think that George in this game board is actually made so much more admirable than he was in the previous ones. You know, he's just developed as a person. This George is better, and it is interesting that this George is actually controlled by Batola. I do wonder if Batola has some sort of connection because of the fact that, I don't know, maybe he's, for example, made it so that, you know, these people really do moves that make them so much better of people. I don't know. And maybe that would be like a secret act of love he has to his cousins. I don't know. Yeah, Shannon does have the obligation to listen as well. Shannon understood this, so she listened quietly. Yeah. Oh my god, it is really quite funny, yeah. So this is what a witch of theatre going peeps in on during her spare time. No, I do see that, yeah. Stories of love are precious in any age. To be fair, they're always different, and, you know, the chemistry between two people can never be the same. Yeah, I never tire of them.
私にはエンジェの乙女らしい嫌悪の表情の方が愉快であるわ。
Oh my god. However, I do find that expression of virginness cast on your face even more amusing. Wait, hang on a second. Is that just quite literally saying she's disgusted because of the fact that somebody's a virgin? What? Oh my god. Or is that a different thing? Is that some sort of slang I haven't heard of? Or is that just what it literally says? Right, yeah, there's no, haha, there's no sort of slang. It quite literally means disgust because of a virgin. Oh my god, which one is the virgin though? Well, to be fair, probably both of them, but still, like, is that a bad thing? Like, who cares about the fact whether you've had sex or not? Like, it doesn't matter. If anything, I think it's actually kind of low for Angie to view that as disgusting. Featherin laughed quietly. Angie Halfton looked away. But she quickly realised that this would only entertain Featherin even more, so she tried to act unconcerned. Oh no, I feel like that's gonna make her even more entertained. But Batarakun and Jessica-chan have always been spirited. Yeah, I see that, yeah. No, phrasing it that way is just dodging the institute. Let me guess, more spirited than me. Let me be frank. George looked up at where the moon should be, high above the rain clouds, and spoke. Yeah, these were honest words, spoken simply from George's heart. I wonder... For a long time back then, I thought of Batarakun and Jessica-chan. Oh, that is interesting. As bad-mannered kids. No, let me be even more blunt. No, I see. That is really interesting. Yeah, I thought that even the way they talk was vulgar. It's true. Yeah, I don't mind if you hold me in contempt for that. This is the thing about them, because George has been, you know, he has been in such a, let's be honest, posh and really, really rich and really proper environment. So to see people who obviously, you know, they don't have a degree of formality in them, you know, he would naturally think that they're bad-mannered. I do see that, yeah. I don't. But no, I see that, yeah. That's nice. Yeah, people were allowed to think anything they want inside their hearts. Fair. Yeah, in fact, I think you were all the more commendable for not letting it show on the outside. Thanks. Yeah, that is interesting. I secretly looked down on those two. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I secretly looked down on those two. I was so conceited that I truly thought I was just overflowing with gentlemanly charm compared to them. No, I see that, and yeah, obviously because of the fact that, you know, these people, it's as if... It's as if with Basilar and Jessica, you know, George feels that, well, it's just because of his upbringing, because of how ridiculously posh he has been brought up to be. So as a result of that, seeing anybody who is a little bit less and a little bit more relaxed and, you know, informal is just bad manners to him. I do see that, and he feels superior because of the fact that he's following what he believes is right, but at the same time, other people aren't. I was at that age where having a girlfriend felt like a net. Oh, yeah, that's awful. Fuck. That mindset can piss off and die. Yeah, where having a girlfriend felt like a necessary condition for becoming a real man. No. I truly believe that no girl could fail to admire a gentleman who treated girls as well as I did. Yeah. Admiration doesn't even matter in school. Kindness doesn't get you anywhere in high school, to be honest. So I really did assume that the girls I knew were attracted to me. Oh yeah, that is bad.
それに比べたらいつまでもはしゃいだりふざけたり
Yeah, I always thought that Batara-kun and Jessica-chan, who always joked around and spoke in a rude, vulgar
下
fashion.
品で低俗な言葉遣いばかりしているバトラ君やジェシカちゃん
To be fair, it is actually really quite
絶
funny.
対
No
に彼
one,
女や彼氏ができたりするもんかと思っていた
no, genuinely nobody in the Ushidomiya family has actually had a boyfriend or girlfriend, I don't think. Would never be able to get a boyfriend or
それが
girlfriend.
いつまで経っても彼女ができない自分への精神安定剤だったのかもしれない
Yeah, I might have used that argument to distract myself when I still couldn't get one
そ
myself.
うでもない
I was a fool.
彼らは僕に劣ってなんかいない
Yeah, they were on the same level, really. Yeah, they weren't inferior to me
む
at
し
all.
ろ異性を勝手に神格化してレディーファーストと称して恐れて避ける僕の方がよっぽど劣っていた
Yeah. They weren't inferior to me at all. I was the inferior one, with my deification of the opposite sex and my fear, which I had under the guise of ladies. No, I see that, yeah. Yeah, which I hid under the guise of ladies first. I see that, yeah, just, you know, hiding your fear for respect that you think you'd be
バトラ
admired
もジェ
against.
シカも昔からああいう性分だった
Seriously, though, yeah, that's been Batala and Jessica's personality from the beginning.
確かにそやで紳士的淑女的とは到底言えなかっただろう、
I mean, I don't really think they were rude, but they, yeah, true, they were rude, and one couldn't have called them gentlemanly or ladylike. No, but the only thing is that shouldn't matter.
しかし男女を分け隔てなく交流できる力があった
Yeah, exactly, yo. No, that is so true. Yeah, however, they did have the power to interact without worrying about
い
gender.
や魅力と言っていいかもしれない
Exactly. No, that is the best. You don't want to be worrying about gender whatsoever, and I think because of the societal pressure to actually, you know, have sex, get boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, you know, there is just so much of people not being able to want to talk to somebody because of their gender. But no, you've got to rise up against that, and I think, you know, the people who never had stuff like that to begin with, they're the best, really.
ちょっとわかるわ。
Yeah, I sort of
お
understand.
兄ちゃんやジェシカお姉ちゃんみたいなタイプの人っ
Yeah,
て
seriously, yeah.
男女問わず誰とでも仲良くなれるタイプよね。
Yeah, people like Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan can get along with anyone, whether that person's a boy or a girl.
ジョージお兄ちゃんには悪いけど、あまり紳士を振りかざしすぎる人ってちょっと気持ち悪いわ。
I see that, actually. I hate to bring it up because of George Oni-chan, but I find people who act too overtly like a gentleman a bit creepy. No, I do see what Angie's actually saying, because obviously a lot of people who do act too gentlemanly, they are usually hiding a lot of secrets that are not very gentlemanly, let's just
女
say.
に幻想を持ちすぎっていうか、なんというか。
Now I see her expression of virgin disgust. Yeah, that is actually really quite interesting, that. So I suppose what he did is he kind of disguised and masqueraded his fear over the, you know, real superiority that he thought his gentlemanly approach actually gave him. Because of the fact that he was only focusing on what his good qualities were, he failed to acknowledge his bad qualities. And then, you know, that just gradually made it so that, you know, the opposite effect of what he thought was going to happen as a result of his good qualities occurred. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah.
人は無縁であるなら、相手が無害で退屈な人間であることを尊ぶ。
No, I do see that. Yeah, when dealing with strangers, people prefer for them to be harmless and
し
boring.
かしそれは邪魔にならないという意味で好まれているだけだ。
However, they only appreciate these qualities because such a person doesn't get in the way.
退屈な人間を身近にしたいと願う人間など
Yeah,
いる
definitely,
わけが
yeah.
ない。
Yeah, no human will want to hang around with a boring person all the time. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I see that, yeah.
当然よ。
Of course.
動かず物も言わぬ電信柱と友達になろうというバカはいないわ。
My god. No idiot will want to be friends with an unmoving, unspeaking telephone pole.
でも
How do you know
動か
that?
ず物を言わないのは電信柱としては優秀だわ。
Oh yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, however, unmoving and unspeaking is exactly what you want from a telephone pole. Yeah, I suppose what you would want with other people, you want them to, you know, be unable to actually oppose against you, and they want you, and, you know, speak about anything that's really bad or contradictory to you. You want everything to be really easy, but at the same time, there are no people who exist. And if it was like you wanted it to be, i.e. way too easy, then, you know,
そういうことだ。
it wouldn't be possible for anything to progress, really, in terms of a relationship. That's it.
ジョージはつまりいくら自分が優秀であっても
Yeah,
魅
seriously.
力ある人間として認められていない。
Yeah, because of the fact, according to Angie, he is just a telephone pole. That's it. It seems as though George finally discovered that he wouldn't be viewed as an attractive man, no matter how superior
た
he
だの
was.
電信柱扱いであることにようやく気づい
Yeah,
た
no.
というわけだ。
No, I do see that, and that he had been treated like a telephone pole the whole time. I do see that, yeah.
僕は当時うぬぼれの真っ盛りだった。
Back then, my sight was at its
だから
peak.
親族会議でみんなで集まっている時、
So when everyone gathered at the family
一
conference,
番魅力的なのは僕で、それに混じって遊んでくれた使用人の女の子はみんな僕に惚れていると信じていたよ。
yeah, so this has really, really led into ego problems. So when everyone gathered at the family conference, I believed that I was the most attractive, and that all the 7 girls who played with us loved having me there.
それがあの日、僕はそこでようやく自分がどれほどみすぼらしかったかを思
On
い知っ
that
た
day,
さ。
I finally realized how pathetic I was. Yeah, so though this is what you want from a person, in some cases, because of the fact that respect is being shown to you, you wouldn't want to hang out with them. They're giving you what you want as a human, and to see with other humans, but at the same time they haven't given enough for you to actually want to hang out with them, I suppose. God, that really is quite a roast. You know, saying that somebody's been treated by, like, a fucking telephone pole.
私が当時何か心ないことを言ってしまったのでしょうか。
Did I say anything inconsiderate then?
逆さ。
No, it's the opposite.
君は何も言わなかった。
Ah, yeah, you didn't say anything
君
at
の
all.
瞳に映っているのは常に
Yeah,
僕
that's
だといううぬ
brilliant.
ぼれ
Yeah.
が打ち砕かれたのさ。
My concited delusion that I was the only one ever reflected in your eyes was crushed. Yeah, I see. Just when did it start? No, it must have started long before then. I only failed to notice because my eyes were clouded with concern.
ある日、唐突に気づいたんだ。
One day I suddenly realized it.
君たちがバトラ君やジェシカちゃんと僕なんかよりはるかによく馴染んでる。
Yeah. All of you were getting along with Batorakun and Jessica-chan far better than with me. Yeah.
楽しそうに遊んでいることに。
Playing around and having a good time. Yeah. With me, I'm kind of like George in the fact that I try to be respectful to people, but I just don't want to talk to anyone else. So, like, you will be respectful. You'll just, you know, make it so that you go to the bare limit, but you don't actually want to engage in conversation with these people. So you'll try to be nice to them, but like you don't want to talk to them. So I suppose I'm kind of like a telephone pole as well. Then again, if I was like George with the telephone pole analogy, it would be like a telephone pole who, you know, does do the service, but then it just rejects you partway through. Those two, whom I'd looked down upon so much, were radiating far more charm than I... No, I see that, yeah. You really looked like you were enjoying yourself that day. The look on your face was far brighter than any of you ever showed me. Yeah, I see that.
気色悪い話さ。
Sickening, isn't it?
僕は君を勝手に僕に好意を持ってると決めつけ。
I just assumed that you'd like
ひょっ
me.
としたら異性の付き合いになってもいいか
Well,
な
that's ironic.
なんて青臭い白昼夢を許したことさえあるんだ。
And even had some childish fantasy that we might have to update.
勝手に恋人を奪われた気持ちになって
Fair.
勝手に傷ついて。
Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, I once idly felt as though my girlfriend had been stolen from me and let myself feel
どこ
hurt.
までも僕はダメな男だったんだ。
I was such a pathetic man.
その時ようやく僕は自分の愚かさに気づけたんだ。
That's when I finally realised how foolish
Georgie-san.
I'd been. Yeah, that is interesting. Hmm.
その後バトラ君はいろいろあって
Oh, yeah,
親族
yeah.
会議に来なくなったけどルドルフおじさんから彼の近況は聞いていたよ。おじさんも可愛い人でね。バトラ君とあんなにいつも喧嘩をしているのに、バトラ君の近況を
Oh,
常
he
に
did,
気にかけてい
yeah.
た。
Yeah, after that, stuff happened and Batorakun stopped coming to the family conferences, but I heard about him from time to time from Uncle Rudolph. He's a pretty funny guy. Even though he got in fuss with Batorakun all the time, he always pays close attention to what his son was up to. Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, I remember, you know, Batola, for example, talking about, you know, his 6-year absence period and, you know, how Rudolph was just trying to see things he was actually doing at school, for example, and, you know, Batola was literally turning him down and, you know, saying he couldn't come whatsoever. And he was actually making the active effort that any parent would do. It's just... It is really interesting because we haven't directly learnt, you know, what Rudolph has actually done to make Batola, you know, just want to go out in general, really. I do wonder what it is actually going to be because I'm assuming, I mean, we are in episode 6 at the moment, so I kind of get the impression that it will be soon we're going to learn about that. I don't know, though. Well, I mean, Batola's Sin, that's such a relevant topic. I feel like Batola's Sin's going to come up in episode 7, though. I don't know. That's just my intuition. That's true.
私も聞かせてもらったことがあります。
He spoke to me about it as well.
アスム様も呆れておられましたっけ？
Yeah, I think even Asumu-sama was exasperated by it.
大層女性に人気でトラブルが絶えないのはきっとルドルフ様の血のせいに違いないと。
I think even Asumu-sama was exasperated by it. She thought all of his popularity with the girls at school and the unceasing trouble this caused must have been because of Ruda-sama's blood.
そしてジェシカちゃんも
And Jessica-chan
男女
too.
の友達を大勢作っていつもその中心で活躍していると聞いていたし、
Oh yeah, yeah, that is what happens when you have friends. Yeah. To be fair, that is a good thing about not having like having one or two friends. You know, you don't get into fights easily, and you don't get involved. There were real benefits to being lonely, and you know, stuff like this. This is a good one. Yeah, and Jessica-chan too. I hear she built up a huge number of friends, both boys and girls, and that she was always right in the middle of things. Yeah, seriously.
ジェシカちゃんと話してもそれは何
Yeah,
の
no,
不調でもないと
doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it must have been really quite affecting for her. Yeah, when I talked with her myself, I could see that this was no exaggeration. This proved that the two I'd looked down upon were much more attractive human beings than I were. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah.
最初はねバトラ君たちを真似ようと思ったんだ
Oh, you can't do that. No. At first, I tried to imitate those two, like Beatrice. You know, when actually trying to make it so that she had become the well, Beatrice in pursuit of becoming who she was before, completely imitating herself before. I mean, my God, seeing those imitations she tried, and you know, the first time I played this, it was so painful. It was pretty ridiculous.
ふざけたりはしゃいだり下品な会話を好めば彼らのよう
No,
な
that's the
魅力が
worst
得ら
thing.
れる
It's
と
just got to
思
be
う
natural. I thought that by joking around and speaking rudely, I could get that same charm they had.
ジョージ様がですか？
You did that?
ちょっと想像できません。
No, I see that. Yeah, it's a bit hard
痛
to
々し
picture.
かったよ
It was middle. No, I see that. Yeah.
僕もあの
Yeah.
頃のことは生涯思い出したくない
Fair. No, I don't blame him. Yeah, I wish I could forget that time for the rest of my
そ
life.
して
God,
そんなことを真似て
that
も
must have been really bad.
真の魅力が宿らないと
Yeah, but no, I do see that. In any event, I quickly realized that I could never become truly attracted by imitating them like that.
僕に魅力がないのは人を大事にすると称したり
Yeah. The reason I had no charm was because of my
場の
cowardice.
雰囲気に合わせて振る舞えると称したりして
Under the pretense of respecting people and acting to fit in with the general atmosphere. No, I do that so much.
いつ
Yeah,
も
yeah,
一
yeah.
歩逃げている自分の
I was always running
臆
away.
病さにあったんだ
Yeah, that is fair.
僕はそれを克服するために生まれ変わる決意をしたよ
I resolved myself to overcome that flaw and become
初めて
reborn.
自分の殻というものを理解し
Yeah, I
そ
see
れ
that.
を打ち破ろうと誓ったんだ
I finally understood the shell I was in. I swore to break out of it.
その意志がくじけそうになるたびに
Oh,
あの日の
that's
ことを思い出し
nice.
て
Yeah, just remember the humiliation he's got, and also remembering the day where, you know, Shannon had actually been with somebody else and his lover may not have been himself. Because, you know, I suppose if his determination to actually change Wathers, that means Shannon may not actually be able to go with him, and, you know, he may have the person that he really wants to love with someone else, really. Every time my determination began to waver, I'd remember that
君たち
day.
が僕を忘れて楽しそうに遊んでいた
Oh, yeah. I see that. Yeah, I could see how that must be painful. Yeah, that day I saw you two forget about me entirely and play around happily.
僕に好意があると決めつけている君の瞳に
Yeah, seriously,
僕
yeah.
が映っていなかったこと
That's key. Yeah, that day I saw you two forget about me entirely and play around happy. And the fact that those eyes of yours, which I always assumed were attractive to me, never noticed me at all. Yeah, but no, I do see this. It is really, really bad, especially if in a certain situation. Like, let's say, you know, example that probably people will be able to relate to. Let's say you're naturally shy, like, you know, just becoming a person by trying to imitate, you know, other people who can actually talk to people well. It's so hard. Like, does that really work? Like, the thing that sucks about emotions is you have to discover them yourself, because if you put emotions that are on fronts that are dishonest to yourself, then you're not going to change easily. Yeah, so it really is interesting that this really influential day for George is just always what he remembers. Every single time.
誓ったんだよ。
I made an
今
oath.
度こそ本当に君を
Oh
振り向
yeah,
かせて
that's nice.
その瞳に僕を映してやりたいとね。
I made an oath. This time I wanted to be the one who caught your attention for real, the one reflected in your eyes.
実は君に恋をした一番最初の感情。
That's actually the first thing I felt when I fell in love with you. Yeah, because I suppose when George was actually able to have, felt love with Shannon and, a mutual love as well. Let's not forget about that. Yeah, it's just, I suppose it's an acknowledgement of the fact that he has actually changed himself for such a really, really massive way, I suppose. Yeah.
複雑だったんですね。
Seriously, yeah, sounds like it was pretty complicated for you. I couldn't agree more, yeah.
僕を無視して遊んでいた君たち、いや君への復讐がいつの間にか本当の恋心に変わっていったんだ。しかし神に誓うよ、それが君のことを真剣に考え出したきっかけだとしても、僕が今君に持つ気持ちには何の偽りもない。僕は君を生涯愛することを誓う。それは誰にも何にも偽らない。そして君を妻として
God! Yeah, that is impressive. It really
世
is.
界を敵に回すことだって厭わない覚悟がある。
God, he can do the, a proposal well. He knows how to do it. And isn't it just really, really interesting to go from somebody who doesn't have any knowledge about talking to anyone whatsoever and can't do it because of the fact that he's under false pride to this? I mean, it is motherfucking impressive. It really, really is. I won't deny that whatsoever. It must have been such a hard goal to completely change his personality. But at the same time, now he's seeing the reward for that. I mean, obviously he's only going to be alive for today and maybe a few hours of tomorrow, but like still, you get what I mean. And it is interesting that he adds this proper honesty.
ジョージ。
以上が君に先にしておきたい懺悔。
Yeah. That's a confession I wanted to make to you
僕
beforehand.
は今日まで君のことを初恋で一目惚れだったと言ってきた。
Before now, I've called you my first love, love at first sight. Oh no, I see that, yeah.
嘘なんだ。
That was a
う
lie.
ぬぼれた僕の歪んだ
It was only my selfish twisted.
関係ないです。そんなの。
That's interesting, that doesn't matter. Yeah, Shannon doesn't matter. Oh no, I see that, yeah, but she spoke forcefully enough to cut through George's words.
初恋じゃなかったら結ばれちゃいけないんですか？
But no, that is fair enough, yeah. Is there some rule saying that people can't get together just because they weren't each other's first love? No,
初恋の
what's
人
not?
を忘れたらそれは裏切りなんですか？
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, is it betrayal to forget the first person you fell in love with? I mean, if they've been a really, really bad person, then no. But, if it's just because of the fact that you're too ashamed to, remember it, maybe?
そんな単純じゃない。
It isn't though, seriously, yeah. Love isn't that simple.
単純かもしれない。
Well, it might be
だ
simple.
って恋なんて簡単。
After all, love is
常
easy.
に今の
At all times, whatever you feel
今の
now.
自分の正直な気持ちだけが正解なのだから。
Yeah, only the honest feelings you feel now can tell you the right answer.
昔の話も馴れ初めも何も関係ないんです。
That's brilliant. So, things of the past or how our relationship started aren't important at all.
懺悔、沈んだったかな。
Then, confessing to all that, was wrong with me. No, no way.
いいね。
No.
何事も完璧なジョージさんにも人間臭い一面があることが
Oh, I
分かっ
like
て
that, yeah.
ちょっと嬉しかったです。
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're going to be marrying him, then yeah, that makes sense. No, I'm a big glad to learn that even George-san, who's always perfect at everything, has a human side to him.
そしてそれを私だけに打ち明けてくれることに
Yeah, he probably hasn't even told this to his parents. And I'm kind of glad that I'm the only person you've told this to.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
僕は君がいたから。
Yeah, but now I see this. Yeah. Yeah, isn't it just so rewarding to think that he has had such a goal that he has been working up towards for, you know, years of actually being able to, you know, feel love towards Sun on mutual love. And now it has actually happened because of the fact that he has, you know, put in the effort to change himself.
私も
Yeah, me too.
ジョージさんがいるから私でいるのです。
I am as I am because of you, George-san.
だから包み隠さず教えてください。
So please, tell me without holding back.
私たちはどんな夫婦
Oh,
になっ
that's going to be
て
interesting. What kind of husband and wife will we be?
どんな未来を築くのですか？
And what kind of future will we build together?
僕は君という妻を得て
When I have you as my
父
wife.
さんを超える実業家になる。
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I will become an even more accomplished businessman than my father. I wouldn't be surprised if George could do very well in that
さ
field.
まざまな
Yeah.
挑戦や冒険を経て自分の可能性の限界を確かめたい。
And after several challenges and adventures, I hope to find the limits of my potential. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
そ
That's
の到達点
brilliant.
の頂に
That's even
君と
better.
一緒に至りたいんだ。
I want to reach that peak together with
そ
you.
こからの眺めは僕以外の誰にも見せられないものになる。
God, it's just so well written. The view from there will be something no one can show you but
楽
me.
しそうです。
Sounds fun.
どこまでもお供します。
Yeah, I'll be with you wherever you go.
もちろん実業家としての冒険だけじゃない。
Oh yeah, that's good. Of course, it won't only be an adventure as a
夫婦でし
businessman.
か気づけないものもたくさん積み上げていきたい。
Yeah, I'd like to create many things that only a couple can make. What, like kids? Well, that's not only what only a couple can make. Yeah, I see that.
「それはどんなものですか？
And what could that be?
子供を作ろう。
God, very, very frank. Let's have some kid. Wow.
はい、旦那様。
Yes, my heart.
最低
Wow.
3人は作りたい。
I'd like 3 of them at the least.
男の子も女の子
Oh
も
my god.
両方欲しい。
Yeah, fair enough. At least one boy and one girl.
もし3人とも男の
Oh
子だ
my
った
god,
ら
that'd be really bad luck. But at the same time, you could just have more with that logic. I don't know. And what if all 3 are boys?
次こそ女の子かもね。
What if it's not though? 50% chance. well, not 50, there are probably so many more factors that affect the chance. Yeah, then the next one might be a girl.
4人目を作ろう。
We can have a fourth one.
何人いてもいい。
It doesn't matter how many.
子育てという冒険も2人で楽しもう。
Yeah, no, I do see that. Yeah, and I mean, obviously George would want at least 3, but I agree with this the most. And do keep in mind, giving birth is no easy thing, so yeah, it all depends on how Shannon wants to do it. Let's enjoy the adventure of bringing them up together.
やがては巣立った子供たちが孫を連れて帰
Yeah,
る。
fair enough. And when those children eventually leave their nest, they'll make us some grandchildren.
気づけば僕たちは大勢の子供と孫に囲まれた賑やか
Yeah,
な
I
老
like
後を迎
that,
えてるだろうね。
Before we know it, we'll reach a boisterous old age, surrounded by a whole crowd of kids and grandchildren.
楽しそうです。
Yeah, sounds like
ジ
fun.
ョージさん、どんなおじいちゃんになってるんでしょうね。
You're thinking a little bit far into the future? Jesus Christ. I wonder what kind of a grandpa you'd be.
君こそどんなおばあちゃんになってるんだろう
Fair,
ね。
yeah. Well, hang on a second. So this is 1986, so that's bloomin' 38 years before 2024. Yeah, it is 38. Yeah, so how old are they? He's 25, so it's 25 plus 38 is 63. And Shannon is Shannon's 18, so 18 plus 38 is 56. Yeah, so they would be like nearing the age of grandparents, I suppose. And I wonder what kind of a grandma you'd be.
僕は君を
Yeah,
変
that's
わらず
nice.
愛し続けるよ。
However, I will always keep loving you.
そして大勢の家族に見守られながら王女をできたら僕たちの人生は誰にも負けないものとして描き切られる。
Yeah. And when we eventually pass away, surrounded by our vast family, our lives will stretch behind us, unmatched by anyone else's. Yeah, that's really, really interesting. So he views, you know, when he dies, it won't really matter because of the fact that, you know, the results of their life will be stretched out. And, you know, obviously if you have kids, then you can then have grandkids. And, you know, I suppose without you, none of those people would have existed. It is such a weird amount of responsibility that you can actually put on yourself just by thinking about something like that. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it is unmatched by anyone else's. I see that is actually a really quite key line there. Yeah, George didn't just talk about his love of the present. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, he swore to love her soul until the final moment when the lid of their coffins would be shut. Then George... Oh my god, yeah, George took a small box out of his pocket. Even without opening it, she knew what was inside. Yeah, definitely, yeah, he took it out with emotion that was even more natural than the one he practiced in the airport bathroom. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh my god, yeah, because he was actually... Yeah, that was hilarious, yeah, and it was overflowing with masculine charm.
Sayo.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Sayo.
はい。
Yes.
結婚しよう。
Let's get married. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah,
この
no.
指輪を
No denial whatsoever.
その指に通してほしい。
Please take this ring and put it on your finger.
ジョージさん、
Yes, George-san. That ring, which glistened divinely, even in the dim light of the arbor. Yeah. Passed from George's hand to Shannon's finger. Of course, Shannon had already decided which finger to put it on. Oh yeah, that's funny, yeah.
僕と君の未来を阻もうとする全ての運命に僕は毅然と立ち向かうことを誓う。
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I swear to resolutely stand against any fate that may attempt to stand in the way of our future. George proclaimed that he would reveal their engagement to the entire family on the next... That is actually... God, isn't that interesting? Because I didn't actually realise this detail. So, you know, for all of the chapters beforehand, they could have had the potential to reveal the engagement of the family, of them to the family, and entirely stir up controversy. But it's just so sad to think that, you know, the murder has gotten in the way of their plans and their lives so much that, I mean, before they were dead, they weren't able to do one of the biggest turning points. Nah, I think Hideyoshi would definitely accept it, but Eva, oh my god, she would go spare. Yeah, my parents might criticize this magic. Magic? Fucking marriage. Yeah, good one, yeah. However, I will not let them stop us. I like that, yeah. I'm going to inform them of our engagement, not ask for their permission. If mother says that she won't allow our marriage... Wow. God, that's impressive. That really is an absurd amount of commitment. If mother says that she won't allow our marriage, I plan to have myself disinherited and we'll leave this family together. God. Yeah, I've been prepared for that since long ago. I swear once again to resolutely stand against all fates that get in the way of our future. Yeah, George has said it out loud. Aloud. So Shannon said the same thing. Me too. I like that, yeah. I swear to stand against all fates that get in the way of our future, George said. Oh, right, yeah, so it's not actually anything regarding, you know, George and Shannon, which is kind of what I thought was going to be like, oh my god, I really do wonder what Erika would think if she actually saw these. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting conversation, especially because this is Game Master Battler now. Batora-san, when will the crime start? Yeah, because you have no love. I've just about had it with this love show. This is going to be interesting to see Game Master Battler. I like that. Be quiet and watch. Sure, fine. Oh, that is interesting. I'd hate to yawn and let some spectacular bit of foreshadowing slip by. Do you have no love? As a motive, yes, I'd assume. Are there any mystery novels that accept love as proof? What if they're doing it for a motive, though? That could be proof of the fact that they have actually killed somebody. Well, no, I mean, it can't be proof on a standalone point, but it can be something that makes the means and the opportunity make sense. No, they aren't. Erika laughed coldly and stared down at the two on the game board. Battler watched her quietly. Erika thought she felt a touch of pity in his gaze, and she averted her eyes uncomfortably. That is interesting. It is actually really quite surprising that Battler is feeling a little bit bad for Erika, despite how, you know, how, for example, she treated Maria. Like, how horrible of a person she is. I do understand more or less.
殺人の動機程度にはなりうることくらい。
Yeah, but the only thing is she doesn't understand anything regarding what it actually is. Yeah, I do understand more or less. Love can at least become a motive for murder. Yeah, you only look at the objectivity of love. But the thing is, love is just so weird. It's so filled without objectivity. Like, I mean, I suppose there is an element of objectivity to love, but at the same time, like, it is an emotion that, you know, I feel like if you're a detective and you haven't experienced stuff like love and you don't know why people might use it as motives, then you are really putting yourself in a
この
disadvantaged
東
scene.
屋での出来事は2人の婚約に
Yeah,
障
no, I
害
see
が
that,
生
yeah.
じた場合、犯行の動機となりうる程度には解釈しとこうと思います。
Yeah, I can interpret this scene beneath the arbor to represent a possible motive for the crime if their engagement somehow impeded.
まあ、
Yeah.
赤くない言葉でいくら愛をささやこうとも全ては幻ですが。
Yeah, but the only thing is, it is interesting that because, you know, is it true? Yeah, then again, no matter how much people talk of love with words that aren't read, it's all just an illusion.
かわいそうにな。
That's sad.
お前は魔女に証拠が与えられなかったら
Oh, no, 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 I see
人
that,
を
yeah.
愛せないんだな。
Yeah, so you can never love a human without proof being given to
く
you
だ
by
ら
a
ない
witch.
恋愛トークはやめてください。
Yeah, that is just interesting. She is just so absurdly stubborn. She has no time for people whatsoever. Yeah, please put an end to this frivolous love talk.
私はあんたの敵であって恋の話に付き合う水
No,
教
but
な友人ではあり
the
ま
only
せん
thing
か
is,
ら。
it is just interesting with stuff like this. She doesn't understand anything regarding any, you know, human heart-related things. You know, like, it doesn't matter if Battler is, you know, if Edikar is an enemy of Battler's, Battler is still a really, really good person. So what he may do is try to improve someone else. By the way, isn't it ironic to think that George didn't want Battler to actually be told this whatsoever? And yet, you know, the Battler who's always going to be alive heard it. I.e., you know, this one here. I'm your enemy, not a friend to whom you can talk about love just for the hell of it.
私には今のあんたがさっぱりわかりません。
Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, I can't understand you at all right now.
一体あんたは何を悟ったってんです？
What on earth did you figure
あ
out?
んたとベアとは罵り合い殺し合う関係だったはず。
Yeah, when you and Beth are always insulting and trying to kill each
そ
other.
のあんたが何の真相に至ってベアトに対する感情を変えたんですか？
What kind of truth could you have reached to make you change your emotions regarding her?
殺し合うライバル関係から恋愛感情が芽生えたとかバカなこと言い出さないですよね。
Please don't tell me that feelings of true love have sprouted from your murderous rivalry or anything like that, okay?
エリカ卿、
Lady Erika.
ゲームの進行を続けさせましょう。
Let us have him continue the game's
退屈な
progression.
恋愛シーンなどとっとと終わらせるに限ります。
Boring love scenes such as this are best finished
本当そうで
quickly.
すね。
I've got a point. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
口を挟んで失礼。
Sorry for busting it. God, she sounds so much like a snob.
ささ、どうぞ続きを。
Come on, let's move on. Yeah, that is actually going to be really interesting to think about how Battle views the situation. Ooh, we're in the guest house.
シャノンです。
It's Shannon.
戻りました。
I've come back. Oh, that's going to be interesting. So we're going to see everything after the proposal. Isn't it really interesting to think that Erika, because of the fact that she has had no love whatsoever, and it's tragic to think that, you know, somebody this devoid of common human emotions and also, you know, mutual feelings towards other people, friendship as well, especially. You know, it's just interesting to Erika because obviously all of the other people, like, there's so many people who, you know, suck at talking to each other. Sorry, suck at talking to others. You know, they do have the concept of friendship, but obviously they're never actually able to grasp it. But it's just interesting how it's possible to, you know, not have that concept whatsoever. Yeah. And it is interesting because of the fact that Erika's never been shown love. She cannot possibly understand the degree of what's going on between Battler and Beatrice, and realising the sheer amount of compassion that is in the game board. Isn't it really interesting that Zalana subtly made it so that Battler doesn't say the answer here? Because that could potentially make it so that Edikar has a lot more of a view of who the culprit actually is. Is Shanonoff come back? Indeed. The log for today has not yet been filled out.
はい
Yes.
すぐに提出します
I'll do that right away.
カノン君留守番をありがとう
Kanon-kun, thanks for keeping out an eye. Keeping an eye out. Well, it's gone.
長い休み時間だったね。
Yeah, ironic that. Nah, but at the same time, I mean, obviously you can't really say what's happening here. I married one of the people that we're meant to be serving. You can't exactly say that. That was a pretty long break. Yeah, Kanon had already noticed. Yeah, there was a silvery glint coming from the ring finger on Shannon's left. Oh, that's awesome.
では、私は先に休む。
Then I will retire.
何かあったら構わず起こすように。
Oh my god, please do not hesitate to wake me if anything occurs.
おやすみなさいませ。源氏様。
Oh, right, so this isn't anything rude, not anything to actually mock Shannon for how long of a break she had. Yeah. Good night, Genji-sama. Genji disappeared off to the waiting room. Yeah, after that, only Shannon and Kanon
時間をくれ
remained.
てありがとう
Oh yeah, that is really nice, yeah. Giving up his work so that he can actually help Shannon in a tricky situation. Thanks for giving me some time.
あとは私が控えてるからカノン
Brilliant.
君ももう休んでもいいよ
I'll stay here for the rest, so you can go to sleep now. Oh, right, yeah, they're doing... Yeah, makes sense.
今度は僕の手番。
You have got to be kidding. Oh my god, that's gonna be interesting. So it's my turn next. Wow. Yeah.
悪いけど私たち
Nah,
は
seriously.
負けないよ
I agree. Don't lose to, you know, the belief that you have been brought up to think. Sorry, but we aren't gonna lose. Who's sorry?
負けるものか。
Who's she apologising to? And I won't lose either.
今日まで臆病でお嬢様にリードしてもらわなければ何もできなかった君
God,
は
absurd honesty. Yeah, even though you've always been a coward and let Milady take the lead until now.
姉さんが教えてくれたはずだよ。
Wasn't it you who taught me, Nessa?
何を教えたかな
What did I teach you?
恋に昔も過去も関係ない。
Yeah, the past is immaterial when it comes to love.
今だけが重要なんだって。
No, serious. That is so true. Yeah, the present is all that matters.
もしそれが本当なら、僕の今は姉さんの今に
Yeah, that is
何も負けてる
interesting.
なんて思わない。
Yeah, if that's true, then I think my present is in no way inferior to yours, Nessa. Shannon and Kanon glared at each other with serious eyes. That period of tension vanished when Shannon chuckled.
それでいいよ
Yeah, that's good.
君とお嬢様も頑張って
Seriously, yeah. You and Melody have to give it your all.
もしも結ばれるなら
If you do end up together.
私たちが心の底から祝福できる
Yeah,
くらい
that's
に
brilliant,
素敵
yeah.
な関係になって
I do see this though because of the fact that they're putting in the same amounts of efforts and they're getting the same amounts of results. Yeah, I like that. We do have a huge lead on me.
仕方ないよ
There's no helping that.
それが君のこれまでの臆病の対価なんだから
God, that is brutal. But I do see what she's saying. Yeah, that's what you get for your cowardice before now.
分かってる。
I know.
それが僕の罪だから。
Interesting. Shannon and Kanon fished around in their pockets and drew out 2 small things that glittered gold. Oh, that is actually really, really interesting. They look like the left and right wings of a gold butterfly. Isn't it really quite interesting that, you know, the scene where Shannon has actually you know, Beatrice has actually given Shannon the golden brooch that has intensified the feelings of love. You know, it's just a total illusion, and it's just a way of substituting, you know, real life occurrences. It's just thinking, you know, you got lucky, you were motivated because of the fact that you thought magic was there to increase your chances. Yeah, we are furniture. It is really interesting to think, who was the person? If there was no Beatrice, then who was the real person that, you know, had actually given Shannon that butterfly brooch? Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. In order to become human and receive the miracle that allows us to love, we must rely on a miracle of magic once again. Yeah, that is actually really quite interesting that they need... Yeah. Yeah, and it must be so much of a change for Kanon, especially because of the fact that, you know, it was his job to hate Beatrice, and yet, you know, now the brooch is actually, it's, you know, making it so that they are having increased chance. It's, in their opinion, is making it so that the chances of actually having a relationship and having love are increased. It's just so weird to think that her brooch would actually prove useful. Yeah, that is interesting. It's the only magic within our reach. It was the golden butterfly brooch, which Beatrice had once given to Shannon in the hopes of creating love between her and George. Yeah, Shannon then gave it to Kanon, but he let his emotions get a hold of him. My god, yeah, but he let his emotions get a hold of him and crushed it into pieces. I feel that Kanon probably thinks as if, you know, it should be the love that is entirely made out of his own effort, and no illusion of the witch should help him in providing chance. But the only thing is, it isn't chance, it's just you believing that you have more chance, so as a result you doing better because of it, and then you blaming all of your good performance on magic. Like, it's just absurd. So when the 2 wings they held were brought together, it would regain the form of a usable butterfly. Alright. Oh no way. Fuck. Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, then I'll be back soon. After all, they have asked me to play card. That is different. My god. Yeah. Yeah, and so is this. You know, this guy should not smile. That's just against this character. Oh, seriously, yeah. I'm sure my lady will be happy. It's a bit embarrassing. Enjoy that feeling. I like that, yeah. Kanon left the servant room. He went to go see Jessica and tell her what he had determined to do. My god. Shannon quietly watched him go. The fragment of the brooch and the engagement ring. Yeah, let's off a gold and silver glint. Oh, that is actually going to be really quite interesting. I do wonder what, you know, they're going to think about this. God, isn't it unbelievable to think just how many viewpoints we have here? Yeah, that's so sweet. Isn't it interesting to think that the butterfly kind of symbolises how much they are, you know, trying really. Kanon, who just completely, you know, cowers away in the face of love because of the fact that he's so fixated by his personality that he's been brought up with. You know, it's just... He will break the butterfly, whereas Shannon, who wants to try and become human as much as possible, she won't whatsoever. Yeah, then I'll be back. Yeah. That takes me back. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's something I gave Shannon, if I recall.
カノンが踏みつぶして以来、どこへ紛失したかと思っていたら、まだ持っていたのか。
It is absurd, but the only thing is it makes sense as to why it was actually there, because of the fact that it's so much of an important object towards Shannon's and George's love, really. Of course, if it's the thing that started it, she's going to keep it there. Takes me back. That's something I gave Shannon, if I recall. I always wondered if they lost it after Kanon stepped on it, but it seemed they still had it. I know, it's so impressive, yeah. That's the golden butterfly brooch, isn't it? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I read about the magical brooch that can save a love relationship in Feather and Sand's book. That is interesting. Yeah, that had been the first time that Beatrice, Witch of the Forest, had interacted with a human and giving them her power. That is interesting. Bit by bit, she had transformed from a mere ghost to the ruler of the mansion at night. And for making the servants believe in her, she had wiped away the anti-magic power. Yeah, definitely, yeah, I see that, yeah. But the only thing is, this is the really, really interesting thing about Beatrice. I mean, has it actually been Beatrice who has done this, or has it been the culprit who has made it so that the illusion is just... The culprit has maybe been working for years to try and increase the illusion, so much so that, you know, this gradual illusion, it doesn't seem unlikely that it's anybody but Beatrice. And then it eventually became possible for her to appear openly in front of Shannon, whose magic resistance had grown particularly low, and who had begun to believe in the existence of Beatrice. Yeah, exactly, and that fully makes sense, yeah. To Bertha, who had always been unable to interact with anyone for many years, this conversation with Shannon must have been especially fun. No, I see that, yeah. That's why I generously gave her the butterfly brooch. I was in quite a good mood. No, I see that, yeah. No, I don't disagree. Isn't it quite ironic to think that somebody as cruel as Beatrice has basically made it so that, you know, her magical brooch has made it so that Shannon and George's lives have entirely been changed. One mere act of kindness has entirely changed somebody else's life. It's absurd. Yeah, it is no common thing for a heartless witch such as myself to be so gracious. Yeah, but it's wonderful. It is interesting that, you know, the other Beatrice is really seeing the lovely side of it, and she is not seeing any of the cruelty that the Beatrice we know of used to have. But it's wonderful. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, you brought a pair of future lovers together. Of course, I did not do it to pamper them. Yeah. It was in exchange for smashing that hateful spirit mirror that had repressed my magical powers. Oh, that is interesting. I've got a new theory. So because of the fact that illusion of the witches exist, could this mirror have been definitive proof that there has been something regarding, I don't know, maybe this mirror could have proved that, you know, something isn't down to Beatrice that has been done. I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of evidence on the mirror that when smashed makes it so that it's harder to deny Beatrice. Yeah, interesting. Thanks to that, I was able to regain much of my power all in one go. Where are we now? Ah, we're in the sign. Purple? Oh, this is actually going to be really quite interesting to think of what Erika actually thinks of the whole story that Kumasawa has. But then one night, Oh yeah, this is going to be really quite interesting. Yeah, but then, one night, purple lightning smashed the shrine. Who could make purple lightning? Burn, feathering? I don't know, those are the only people. Eddie Car potentially, I don't know. Nah, not really. I don't think so. It is interesting, that. But then, one night, purple lightning smashed the shrine. Those of the surrounding islands called it an evil omen.
Oh. 今思えば、あれこそがベアトリーチェ様復活の印だったに違いありません。
This is going to be really interesting to think of how Edikar reacts to this. Oh, now that I think of it, that must have been a prelude to Beatrice Sama's resurrection. Kumazawa had the rest of the night off. Oh, lucky. So she had let Edikar talk her into drinking a bit. Oh, and was chatting about the legend of Akijikishima and Beatrice in a happy, tipsy mood. Oh, God. Edikar would nod from time to time. But besides that... Oh, that's interesting. But besides this, she listened in complete silence. She wasn't actually taking notes, but she was gathering information on the whiteboard inside her head. Now I see that, yeah. Then she frowned as though noticing something out of place and held up her hand.
ちょっとストップを。
Wait a second.
はい。
Yes?
その鎮守の社は悪食島の悪霊を
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
旅の修験者が建立した。
That shrine was built by a traveling Shigenja monk to seal up the evil spirits of Akujikishima.
そうでしたね。
Isn't that right?
ええ、そうでございます。
Yes, that is correct.
強い神通力をお持ちだったということで、その力を鏡に込め。
It was one who possessed a vast supernatural power, and one who placed that power within the mirror.
霊教として社に奉納し、悪霊を封印した。
Oh, I wonder what she's actually got onto, and placed it within the shrine as a sacred mirror to seal the evil spirits.
少し違和感を覚えます。
Yeah, something feels off about that. Yeah, to be fair, if you have a sacred mirror, then why would you put it in a shrine where people could easily steal it?
悪食島の悪霊を封印する社がどうしてベアトリーチェも封印するんです？
That is a fair question, yeah. Why would a shrine to seal the evil spirits of Akujiki-sama also seal Beatrice? Well...
はあ、それはその霊教の神通力が。
She's been totally cornered. I see. Oh, that's actually really quite interesting. She doesn't even have to finish her sentence for Edikar to see the bullshit.
東洋の悪霊も西洋の魔女も OK の便利な霊教だったからというわけですか。
No, I do see that. That's totally true. Yeah, there is a flaw in the logic there. Yeah, why... Yeah... Why would it work on both the East and the West? Those types of magic are completely opposite, I thought. So it's this really convenient sacred mirror that works on both evil spirits from the East and witches from the West.
わかりました。
Got it.
すっきりはしませんが、そこは折れることにしましょう。
I'm still not satisfied, but I'll back off there for now.
しかし、どうしてベアトリーチェが蜘蛛の巣も嫌うのかわかりません。
Yeah, no, I do see that actually. That is an interesting question. What I don't understand is why Beatrice can't stand spiderwebs. According to the legend, the evil spirits of Akujiki-shima despised spiderweb. Oh, no, I see that because that would obviously make Beatrice have a similarity to Akujiki-shima spirits. So they were apparently used as wards against evil in the surrounding islands. Yeah. In fact, spiders are a useful bug. There's nothing strange about the fact that island fathers had treasured them. I see that, yeah. It's very possible that they were then tied to the story of evil spirits and became known as charms against evil, leading to a tradition of people treating this useful bug with care through the generations.
しかしそれ悪事木島伝説の話です。
Yeah, but no, I see that, yeah. But that's just the legend of
そもそもベアトリーチェの魔女伝説の発祥はこの島に引っ越してきた後宮金蔵が
Yeah, but that does actually fully make sense. Yeah, the origins for this legend of the witch, Beatrice, came after Ushinomiya Kinzo moved to this island.
ミステリアスな黄金伝説とそれを授けた魔女という名の愛人を吹聴してから始まったものです。
When rumors sprouted about the mysterious legend of the gold, as well as the witch mistress who gave it to him.
つまり悪事木島の悪霊と黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは本来全く異なる存在のはずなんです。
In other words, the evil spirits of Akujikishima and the golden witch Beatrice were originally completely different
な
things.
のに設定が同じになっています。
Yeah, no, I do see that, yeah. Yeah, but no, I do see that, yeah.
さてはて
Oh no. The evil spirits of Akujikishima could not stand spiderwebs. Yes, why could Beatrice? Yes, and neither could Beatrice. Yeah. I see that, yeah, that sort of reasoning has been applied all over the place. When was it pointed out that this was... When it was pointed out this was strange, Kumazawa was lost for an answer. Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, it could just be a coincidence that loosely ties them together. Then again, at the same time, why would something that, you know, definitively, makes it so that evil spirits in Akujikishima, are, you know, become warded off, why would that specifically apply to Beatrice as well? It doesn't fully make sense.
金蔵さんの書斎のドアノブはサソリの魔法陣が描かれていて、
Yeah.
それは西洋魔術では魔除けを意味する。
The doorknob to Ginzo-san's study has a scorpion magic circle drawn on it, which represents a charm against
だ
evil
か
in
ら
Western
西洋
sorcery.
魔女のベアトリーチェはドアノブに触れられない。
Yeah, but that does make sense. The thing is about Akujikishima, I swear the spirits were Eastern, and, you know, that was a means of preventing Eastern spirits. So why can Beatrice not touch it? Yeah, that's why the Western witch Beatrice can't
こ
touch
れ
it.
は理解できるんです。
I can understand that part. Yeah.
でもクモの巣に限ってはベアトリーチェが嫌う理由がありません。
But there's no reason for Beatrice to dislike spiderwebs. No, I do see that,
私
yeah.
の知る限りでも西洋魔女の苦手なものにクモの
Yeah,
巣
so
が
that
あ
would
ったとい
be
う記
indicative of the
憶はあ
fact that
りま
it's
せん。
specific. I don't remember spiderwebs ever being included among things witches couldn't
むしろ
stand.
クモは魔女の仲間や眷属では
Yeah, that is fair, yeah. On the contrary, wouldn't spiders be the friends and minions of a witch?
は
思うに
In my opinion,
悪事木島伝説の悪霊と魔女伝説のベアトリーチェ
there's two legends about the evil spirits of Akujikishima and the witch of
この
Beatrice.
2つの異なる伝説が少し
Yeah, no,
混
I
同
see
して
that.
いるように思います
Well, maybe it could have been a truth that could... Maybe it could have been a representation of the truth that could have potentially had multiple interpretations, and gradually they could have just merged together as the tale has been passed on, really. She knows about creating fake truth.
混合どころか融合かもしれません
Yeah, I see that, yeah. In fact, maybe they've been fully fused together as one.
悪事木島伝説は六軒島周辺の暗礁を恐れた漁民たちが生み出したおとぎ話
The legend of Akujikishima is a fairy tale created by fishermen fearful of reefs in the Nokkenjima
し
area.
かし悪事木島に住まう悪霊なる者には具体的なビジュアルイメージが伴っていませんでした
However, there was no visual image to go along with these evil spirits.
人なのか怪物なのかはたまた足のない幽霊なのか
Yeah, were they people or monsters or ghosts without legs?
さっぱりイメージがありません
I see that, yeah, there's no mental picture of them.
人はビジュアルを伴わない空想を苦手とします
People are bad at imagining things without
そ
visuals.
こに
Fair,
ベ
yeah.
アトリーチェという魔女の伝説が登場した
I see that, yeah, that's very reasonable. Yeah, that's when the legend of the witch called Beatrice came in. Yeah, that fully makes sense.
悪霊よりは魔女の方が想像しや
Oh,
すい
definitely,
存
yeah.
在です
Yeah, and it is actually really quite interesting to think that that makes it a lot more believable. So it is interesting that now you could probably think that, you know, the adaptation of the story of Kujikishima, maybe the culprit actually wanted more people to believe it. So as a result, they've used Beatrice to make it into a more memorable and adaptable fashion in terms of, you know, people's interpretations. They can adapt it easier if they can picture it. I see that. That is actually really interesting. So I do wonder if the culprit has some sort of connection towards Akujikishima. Which is a lot easier to picture than evil
しかも
spirits.
その上金蔵さんはベアトリーチェの肖像
Oh, yeah,
画を
definitely,
描
yeah.
かせ掲示しました
And on top of that, Kinzo-san had a portrait of Beatrice drawn and displayed.
つまり悪事木島伝説の一番の弱点たたる悪霊のビジュアルイメージが初めて保管されたわけです
Maybe it could be that if this is the case, the culprit could potentially be working with Kinzo, and, you know, even though Kinzo was actually dead, the culprit has had some sort of pact so that someday Kinzo can actually, well, it can be made so that everyone is killed. And it is actually really quite interesting to think that maybe this portrait of the witch could actually be made for the strengthening of, you know, the legend, really. And it is interesting that they're fully connected. And on top of that, Kinzo-san had a portrait of Beatrice drawn and displayed. In other words, the lack of a visual image, which was the one weak point in the legend of Akujikishima, was finally
そこ
completed.
からいつ
Yeah,
の
I
間
see
に
that,
か
yeah.
2つの伝説が混じり合っていってしまったのではないでしょうか
Yeah. Since then, perhaps the two legends have been mixed together. Yeah, that is a very interesting thought. I wonder what Kumasawa's going to say.
どうでございましょうね
Well, I want to.
この老いぼれには少し難しい話にございます
I feel like that would be something that could really piss Erika off. It's a bit confusing for an old lady such as myself. Kumasawa laughed to smooth it over, wiping away her curls. Oh yeah, understandable, yeah. She might have seemed confused, but she actually did understand what Erika was saying. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that she hid this. In truth, she had been vaguely aware of how the legend of Akujikishima, which had been around before Ushinomiya Kinzo come to Rokkenjima, and the legend of the Golden Witch, the story of the woman who had given Kinzo a vast quantity of gold. They're both transformed. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but she knew. The setting where Beatrice hated the spirit mirror... Where Beatrice hated the spirit mirror and the spider webs. Oh, that is interesting, yeah. Yeah, that does fully make sense, yeah. Yeah, this has been based on the ancient legend of Akujikishima. And isn't it really interesting to think that Beatrice isn't actually a person in Rokkenjima? She is just a, culmination of... yeah, I suppose you could say a culmination of all of the stories that have been based on her, really. People create fantasies, they believe in it, and then the illusion of the witch comes to entirely satisfy those fantasies, to be believed in more and gain more power. The evil spirits part of the legend had just been replaced by the witch of the portrait. Yeah. I see that, yeah. So, if there really was someone claiming to be the Golden Witch Beatrice... Oh yeah, I'd really like to ask her. Yeah, whether she actually does hate spiderwebs or not. But no, that is a fair question, yeah. What happens when she touches them? It is said that witches and their minions... receive burns when they touch spider webs. So that's probably what would happen, I suppose. That's not bad. Oh my god, she probably wants to force somebody to touch them. A splendid witch try. No, I see that, yeah. If the spiderweb touches her and she gets burnt, yeah, then she's an evil spirit, not a witch. Oh, that's interesting. And if nothing happens, then it just proves that she's just a human. In other words, whether she's burned or not. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. It will prove that the Golden Witch doesn't exist. I see that. Yeah, the legend of the witch is nothing more than the legend of Akujikishima, real boiled with a new face on it. Wow. Yeah, I do find it really, really interesting that Kumasawa isn't trying to deny it whatsoever. Even though she realises what Erika is actually saying. Of course she had to brag. Simply by the existence of this legend itself, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone? Even though there are only 2 people there, that's the funniest thing. But to be fair, obviously, Erika is probably addressing the people that are looking on what she's doing outside of the game board as well, so we can't forget about that. Though only the 2 of them were in the lounge. Bloody ego, my god. Yeah, Erika facing the direction an invisible audience would have been in, and shrugged. And just as Erika had imagined. Yeah, that is interesting. The targets of our comments were there, listening in. Ah, is it people outside of the game board? Oh, right. So, yeah. Oh, it is interesting that these people were actually watching this. It's going to be very interesting to see what their interpretation on all of the events that are happening here is. But I just find it really interesting that Kumasawa is, you know, she's really, really dumbfounded, even though she said, you know, it was saying that in her thoughts she had actually understood everything that has happened. I just really, really wonder with everything regarding the servants if, I feel like some of them do believe in it, but I feel like one of the culprits, or one of the accomplices, I think there are accomplices in this crime, one of the accomplices, could have the potential to not believe in the legend whatsoever, and obviously know that it's complete shit. And maybe one of the culprits could have actually made it so that this knowledge had been made. Firstly, Kinzo, they made Kinzo get the painting done, and they also made it so that the legends would be mixed, so that well, they made the oh my god, they made the legends be mixed, so as a result of that they could you know, give a misguided impression of the fact that Beatrice is there and that the illusion of the witch is believed in, so that their actual acts are undermined and everything is blamed on a witch. Yeah, that is interesting. I like that. I do see that though. Hi, Moth. How's it going? Fucking hell. Spiderwebs. This is going to be really interesting. I wonder what Elder Beatrice is going to think about this. They burn if you touch them. Yeah, when Beato the Elder snapped her fingers. Oh my god, right, a graceful silver spider. Oh my god. Slipped down from the ceiling, hanging by a transparent thread. Afterwards, only a single silver strand remained. God, seeing even Elder Beatrice hesitant, that is something I never thought I would see. Timidly, Beato stretched her finger out towards the spider's string. This is going to be interesting. Then she touched it. Yeah, that's very interesting. Oh wait, hang on a second. Oh wait, I'm really quite confused. Oh my god, sorry. I was looking at the wrong way. Yeah, that is actually really quite interesting that, you know, Beatrice the Elder hadn't actually tested it on herself. Right, Beatrice the Elder needs to touch it because this is going to be very interesting. You are? Huh? Beato the Elder lifted up a white, pale finger, and after showing it to her little sister, she traced the silver string with it. Okay, that is interesting. Yeah, there was essentially like a single hair being burned. Jesus fucking Christ, that must hurt. Once again, she held her finger up in front of Berto, who was stunned. God! Yeah, there was a thin burn line, as though someone had traced across it with a razor. That is absurd, yeah. What's going on? It is really interesting that I think this gives you, you know, proof of the fact that Beatrice is created by the beliefs and, you know, the truth that has been made by humans, really. And it's just interesting to think that because of the fact that this Beatrice has been resurrected because of Battler's will and, you know, the truth that Battler has, the objective truth, there has been no illusion that has been involved in creating her. No illusion was made. No illusion was involved in the creation of this witch. No harming of XYZ was present in this video, or I don't know, something like that. You'd hear stuff like that on YouTube videos. 10,000 people were harmed in the making of this video. Something like that. That's what I would like to know. Yeah, why are you unharmed? I don't know. What I don't understand is why you do get burned when you touch a spider web. I don't know. Yeah, and that fully makes sense, yeah. It has always been like this since I first gained consciousness. Then are you? Beldor hesitated. However, her question was clear. No.
わらわは悪事記島の悪霊
Oh
などで
yeah,
はない
understandable. Yeah, I'm not one of the evil spirits of Akujiki-shima. I really hope Angie and Featherin, if they can actually see what Beatrice and Beatrice the Elder are commentating on, then I really hope they pick up on it, because their knowledge of the illusion of the witch could really help crack this.
わらわはドッケン島の夜を支配する魔女ベアトリーチェである
Yeah, I am Beatrice, ruler of Rokkenjima's night.
どうしてこの島の太古の悪霊と同じ弱点を持つのかはわらわにもわからぬ
Oh yeah, I do. I think. Even I do not know why I have the same weakness as this island's evil spirits of old.
苦手なのは雲の巣だけですか？
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Our spiderwebs are the only things you can't handle.
エリカとやらが言うように金蔵の書斎のドアノブもダメだ
As this Eddie-Car person said, I cannot touch the doorknob to Ginzo's
あ
study.
のサソリの魔法陣はわらわを焼く
That scorpion magic circle burns me.
わらわにとって金蔵の書斎の扉を開けようとするのは真っ赤に焼けた蹄鉄を家中に拾うも同じこと
For me, trying to open the door to that study is like trying to pick a red-hot horseshoe out of the fire. God.
そなたはどうか
What about you? Well, I don't think she's actually tried it.
サソリの魔法陣ですか？
Scorpion magic circles, you mean? The older sister snapped her fingers again. Oh, they're probably going to go to the study. I wonder if she's actually going to be able to touch them. This is going to be interesting to see whether that's going to be the case or not. But it is really interesting to think that with Kinzo, when he has created this, to believe in the illusion of the witch, he has probably believed, you know, these scorpion magics. Now, I bet you Beatrice isn't going to be harmed by this. You know, he's probably created the illusion of... If he's created the illusion of the witch, or whoever has created the illusion of the witch, you know, they will think, oh wow, we're going to make it so that this person, you know, doesn't have any possibility of, you know, making it so that they can enter Kinzo's study. When she did, the surrounding scene bent and twisted, and they had suddenly moved to the place in front of Kinzo's study. And there was the doorknob engraved with the scorpion magic circle. Yeah, you don't touch that, Beatrice. Oh my god. Yeah. Those who research magic must have a refuge sealed off room. Jesus Christ, from both human and spiritual disturbances. Yeah, fair enough if you think about that. Yeah, it's no surprise that Ginzo chose to seal off his study and place a charm such as this here. And unfortunately, that affects me as well. She gently grasped the doorknob. God! I just genuinely can't believe that she is doing this so willingly. Like, you would have thought that she'd be a little bit more scared by the pain. That just genuinely surprises me. She gently grasped the doorknob, as she did a violent burning sound, unbelievably stronger than the one caused by the spider web. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Rang out. That's so weird. God, that must be scary. Yeah, Onesama, are you okay? Your hands? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, does it look that bad? Yeah, fair enough, I don't blame her. Yeah, her hand had been horribly burnt and Beldor couldn't help but avert her eyes. Yeah, that is fair. Here, fear not. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, this scratch will heal quickly. Apparently, it would heal by itself if left alone. Yeah, that's really convenient, yeah. But it won't take that much time. Oh, right, never mind. The older sister seemed to heal at an inhuman rate. However... Yeah, that is interesting. However, it seems that you can handle it just fine. Aw. Aw. She timidly poked the doorknob. Yeah, that's interesting. Nothing happened. Slowly, she touched it with her entire palm, but she felt nothing but a pleasantly cool sense. Yeah, that is interesting. Strange. I know. But isn't it really interesting that this Beatrice was created with an alienation for magic because of the fact that, you know, the truth has been created to make it. The truth has been entirely embellished by magic, so as a result, you know, a fake truth has been created, and Beatrice is the person who this fake truth directly affects. The elder Beatrice, but not the younger one. Though you are my double, you are different from me in several ways.
逆にドアノブに触れても平気ですが、
Well, I might be able to touch the
お姉
doorknob.
様のような火傷を負ったら、
No, I don't
私は簡
disagree.
単には治らないと思います。
No, but the only thing is at the moment she doesn't have nearly as much magical power to, you know, heal at an inhuman rate like Beatrice, the elder, can. Well, I might be able to touch the doorknob. If I ever get burnt like you did, I don't think I want to heal that easily.
まるで
Yeah, that's fair.
普通の人間のようである。
That is interesting. It's to say you're a normal human.
はい。
Yeah, but the only thing is that is interesting to think that maybe Battler has actually understood that.
私自身、自分が魔女だとはちょっと信じきれていません。
Even I find it a little hard to believe that I am a witch.
私にはお姉様のように魔法を使うこともできないし、不思議な火傷も、そしてすぐに傷を治すこともできません。
I can't use magic like you, and I can't get strange burns or heal
お
from
父
them
様
later.
は私を
Father believed.
偉大なる魔女の生まれ変わりだと信じてくださいましたが、
Yeah, that I was a great witch reborn, even though she has no qualities whatsoever. Well, that's not necessarily true.
私には
But the only thing is, it is really interesting. Maybe that maybe there's not enough people to believe in the fact that she can cast magic, so as a result, there's no point of her being able to try. I don't know.
それが信じられなくて。
Yeah, and that as well. I mean, to be fair, I think it's gonna. I don't
そ
know.
なたは何者なのか。
Who are you?
私はベアトリーチェ。
Yeah,
お父様のために生まれてきました。
I was born for father's sake.
お姉様は
And you're on there, Summer?
わらわもまたベアトリーチェ。
I'm also Beatrice.
金蔵に魔法にて黄金を授け、その後も魂となって島に縛り付けられている、体を失った魔女である。
I used magic to give Keensaw gold, and later became a soul, and the formless witch that haunts this island.
私たちは
Just who on earth am I? Is
一
that,
体何者なんでしょう。
are we? Isn't that really, really interesting? Because if you think about the illusion of the witch, and then you make it so that that is, you know, if you think about the illusion of the witch, and then you make it so that that is, wait, no, I don't even know where I'm going with the sentence. If you think about the illusion of the witch, and then you tie it to, you know, episode 4's finale, and then you realise the question about when Beatrice was, you know, in Battler's arms, and that beautiful CG was playing. Who am I? And it is really interesting to think that when you think about the fact that she is just a culmination of everybody's illusions, and, you know, she is just like the patchwork for all of people's ideals and beliefs and stories to come together, and the representation of them. Yeah, it's an understandable question. Who is she? What was her purpose? Why was she born? Because there's a difference between having loads of ideas actually become real and, you know, having them not become real. I mean, how have they actually become real? Like, what has happened in order for that to actually occur? No, but the only thing is, I feel like because of this, she has more potential than Beatrice ever did. Because she is in more of a position to be able to understand the truth. Just who on earth are we?
わらわと違い、そなたは体を持つ存在のように。
Yeah, oh my god, it is actually really quite ironic to think that Beatrice is in the future, so to actually... By the way, here's another thing I want to just make you reminded of. Truth of the future always wins against truth of the past. But yeah, anyway, unlike me, you seem to be a being in possession of a body. Yeah, that is really, really interesting, because to know why she is in possession of a body, you need to go to the future, and then you will need to know how unbelievably hopeless your journey is and how it will end in death, really. Oh, really? Yeah. Yes.
I thought
of it while listening to that Erika person. Fair, yeah, I'm a witch who can use magic, but has no body. I see that, yeah, but is she really a witch? That's the question. And you are a witch who has a body but can use no magic. I see that. Eventually, perhaps we will become one, each filling in what the other lacks to form the true, complete Beatrice. Yeah, that is interesting. But the only thing is, this is the question, who gets the consciousness? There's two minds. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna succeed over the other? And who is going to be the loser of the debate? Let's be honest here. It seems to make sense. Both of the Beatrices were missing something. Yeah, definitely, yeah, if they became one, they would surely be very close to the Beatrice that Battler desired. They wouldn't be very close, they would be the Beatrice that Battler desired. Do you want to try? Huh? No, come on! This is a bit fast. Hold out your hand. The older sister slowly raised her palm and held it out before Beato. The large burn from a second ago really has started to heal already. Yeah, that is impressive. My god, I can just imagine like an entirely red hand stripped of all flesh and then just suddenly healing. Okay, yeah. No, what I kind of got the impression was the fact that, you know, she was trying to rush Beatrice into actually making a decision, and I was kind of scared that, you know, this was going to be some sort of deception that she has maybe thought about from the beginning. No, it couldn't have been possible, but maybe a deception she has thought about from, and, you know, an attempt to make her give in to a trick that would make her more powerful. I don't know, because it could be possible, but I don't know. I think that's too unlikely. She's too nice to be able to do that, to be honest. It is actually really quite interesting to think that a witch as cruel as Beatrice, she really does have a nice side to her. Proper tsundere. Like, seriously. It's interesting to think that if they merge forces, then they will actually be able to make it so that they can totally fill up the gaps that were actually missing. But the only thing is, it doesn't really make sense. How are two people going to become one? And what is going to happen when... What is going to happen to Battler as well? That's my question. It may be possible for us to become one. I want to know too as well. Interesting. Yeah, by becoming one with you, I want to learn about my future self. I do wonder what she's going to do. Belta also raised out her hand slowly, and the two hands... Oh, that is interesting. Bertha also raised her hand slowly, and the two hands touched. It's going to be really quite weird. Oh, that is interesting, but nothing happened. That's really surprising, yeah, but perhaps this meant that while they were fated to become one eventually, the time had not yet come. Maybe she doesn't, maybe they don't actually have enough power to merge. No, but to be fair, you could form the ultimate Beatrice. The only question is, I feel like whoever actually wins is going to be determined in the hairstyle. Either it's going to be so long that it probably nearly reaches the floor, or it's going to be, you know, in the placid version that we know. Yeah, seriously, yeah. For me, being burned by spiderwebs is perfectly normal. God, that must hurt. Yeah, however, you didn't even know about it. That must be so inconvenient as well. In the same way, you say that the reason you were born was for your father's sake. Yeah. Yep. Take notes. Apparently that father is Ushinomiya Batora.
年に数度しか訪れぬ稀な客人である彼のことは知っているが
I know him as a rare guest who only comes a few times a year.
その稀な客人の彼とそなたというわらわにどのような接点があるのか理解できぬ
But I cannot understand what connection you and I have with such an infrequent visitor.
わらわたちは互いをもっと知るべきに違いない
Surely we must learn more about each other. Isn't it ironic to think that, you know, learning about why Battler has actually made it so that Beatrice has been resurrected basically teaches the entirety of, you know, what has been done firstly. I mean, I do wonder if you actually told Beatrice that everyone was going to die because of some sort of murderer in the family. I mean, I wonder what she would say. It is interesting though. Isn't it just ironic? There are so many things in the future that are so predictable that you can't even try to predict them in the past. If you do, you fail. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, me too. The second battler has the Beatrice that he desires, everything is going to change. Yeah, you're right. I get the feeling that learning about each other will lead us to something very important. Yeah. It is interesting that on the other side lies the single future Beatrice. No, it may be more correct to call her the true form we are meant to possess. With their hands still joined, the two Beatrices swore to fill in the parts the other lacked, to regain their single form. Bit by bit, Bertolt was walking down the path that led to the former Beatrice. No, I see that, yeah. Alright, that's the end of that. Okay. Right, I wonder what's going to be next. And I also wonder, I feel like today's going to be the day where we're going to get the murders of the first Twilight. I mean, look at the time. There's no way. So we're at 1 to 11 at the moment. Gloomy atmosphere. Oh boy. Oh, not where I was expecting. Yeah, interesting. We're going to see Angie's nightmare again. I really do wonder what's actually going to be here. Because obviously we've seen some horrible, horrible progression last time. I mean, she literally threw a chair out of the window and it was as if, you know, there was some sort of grip that was getting her. And, you know, the grip was entirely made out of glass shards and they were just, you know, going all around her. And it was just so weird to think that that was an entire hallucination. And, you know, everything was just getting entirely terrifying to her. There was nothing she could do. So I really do wonder what's actually going to happen here. I do want to know about this. I really do. I can hear the eerie sound of the wind and rain. Once again, I hazily regained consciousness on top of the bed. The finger that... Oh, that is actually... What the fuck? The finger that the witch had bitten off? What? This is... yeah, that was a total nightmare. Yeah, but the only thing is I do wonder what actually happened was attached to my hand. That's not to say it was all an illusion. But my finger was now attached. Well, I'm sorry, but your finger can't be bitten off and then you can feel as if your finger's back there. I mean, give it maybe 100 years, 150 years from now, I'm sure that will be possible. Not now, though. Maybe not even 150, maybe 60? After all, the pain and the teeth marks as though a witch had bitten into it were still there. Doesn't necessarily mean it was a witch. And yet the window, which I had supposedly smashed, had been fixed as though it had never been broken in the first place. Right, yeah, these are your teeth marks then. That's my assumption. Isn't that really quite interesting to think this room is genuinely so creepy that, you know, in her sleep, it's kind of as if she is having a lucid dream where, you know, she's dreaming about a nightmare about escaping. But then when she wakes up, she needs to try and escape the room. How can I escape from this creepy room? Why am I locked up in this eerie room all alone? Yeah, that is a good question. Yeah, I want to get out. I have to get out. Please, let me get out. The door was sealed with a firm chain. I could open it with a crack, but only enough to peek out into the corridor at best. Yeah, even just getting a fist through it would probably be hard. Oh, I see. The window wouldn't budge either. By the way, let me just comment on something. Yeah, this. Will it be? It'll be the second episode. We didn't see any of the nightmare yesterday. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's going to take forever. And it's going to blind me because light is bright. I'll just show you what I'm doing. Oh, come on, man. Like, actually fucking hurry up. Please. I beg you, hurry the fuck up. Please. Please. Oh my god, 7-3. There we are, right, where is it? Yeah, here we are. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. Yeah. So firstly, she has said that there are no glass fragments whatsoever. The witch had bitten it off. And the window hasn't actually been broken. Let me just fully check that the window hasn't been broken. Yeah, that is actually really quite odd, the fact that the window has been fixed. But at the same time, and that just explains that it's a dream. But at the same time, it's just interesting to think. This is not the point I was wanting to make. Right, the point I want to make is, you know, the glass fragments have torn into this person's left wrist, thus causing them more pain. Now, she remembers the nightmare by believing the thing that can be visualized, i.e. the witch. So the actual truth is lost and a new one is created because of the fact that she believes in a witch, which doesn't exist. The window budge wouldn't budge either. It was no better than a bar prison. No, I see that. Yeah, I just genuinely don't understand why she's locked here. The bathroom didn't even have a window. Yeah, that is awful. I mean, I can't imagine how terrifying it must be to even, you know, to stay in here. The bathroom didn't even have a window. The only thing that could get out of there was the water that flowed out if you turned on the tap. Yeah, no matter what I do, I can't think of a way out of here. Well, shut up in a place like this. I truly am a prisoner. I know, genuinely, yeah, unless someone comes from outside to save me, I won't be able to get out for all eternity. No, I see. Yeah, seriously though, I can't believe she hasn't actually thought of that. But the only thing is, isn't it just ironic that, you know, Angie has been so terrified that she hasn't actually thought of the most simple thing? In that case, can't I just call for help? Yes, you can, yeah. Yes, the tiny gap I can make in that door must exist so that I can call for help. But can I make the words come out? Earlier, I tried to call out for help. Oh, you can. You can. It's just a little bit of a wall you need to climb over. Earlier, I tried to call out for help, but for some reason, the words couldn't escape my mouth. Maybe I was just confused. I might have lost my voice in my haste and confusion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very, very scared as well. I'll open the door and make that crack appear one more time. The warm light of the hallway flowed in, making the darkness of the room stand out all the more. Oh, I know. It's horrible that it's just such a taunting sight, that. You know, it's just right there. It's right in front of you. It's literally visible. That's, in this situation, you know, paradise. It's visible, but you just can't get there. Though I couldn't hear any voices, I did feel something peaceful. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's in the room at the other end of the hallway, chatting happily about something. If I can just call out, surely someone will come to save me. Haha. When about some indescribable fear, I tried yelling once more. That is going to be interesting. I do wonder what's going to happen. I'm also going to be interested to see what this person sounds like. Because, I mean, this is one of Angie's nightmares that... This is either one of Angie's nightmares or it's something else. I don't know. Holding back some indescribable fear, I tried yelling once more. Wait, hang on a second. Is this just silent for us because it's a spoiler? Okay, that is weird, but the result was the same. It was like trying to yell underwater. That is really, really weird. It was like trying to yell underwater. All I did was get out of breath. Unable to call out in the slightest. Right, okay, if you can't call out, what you need to do is you need to get some sort of thing, throw it on the wall, make noise, make bother. I don't know, bash against the door. Do anything you can to alert people of your presence that's noisy. Servants do walk around. but the result was the same. It was like trying to yell underwater. All I did was get out of breath. Oh, yeah, get out of breath. Unable to call out on the side. That is really weird, the fact that this person has so much fear that they can't even call out whatsoever. It's just as if they don't even have a voice box. It's so weird. So they're really... Isn't it really quite interesting to think that this... Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, even though I could say as much as I wanted if I just grumbled to myself inside the room. Whenever I tried to make my voice reach outside, I choked and was unable to say anything. I know, that is really weird. I understand. My body isn't the only thing locked up in this eerie closet. What? Yeah, my voice is too. That is weird. Thinking that I could use some other kind of sound to call for help, I tried opening and closing the door violently, making the chain rattle. Yeah, fair. Yeah, it does sound as though it's clanking noisily, but it's surely no good. Fair, yeah, even this sound is being locked inside this closed room. Yeah, understandable, yeah. No matter how harsh a sound I make, I'm sure it will be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reaches the other end of the corridor. Fair. I tried using the hateful... Oh, yeah, the hateful chain that... Oh, I thought that said charm. Oh my god, my eyes. Oh god. I tried using the hateful chain that sealed the door to make a sound to call for someone. Understandable, yeah. But that only deepened my despair. Because of the fact that there is nobody there and it's just a completely hopeless situation. Ooh! This chain? That's insane. Just a second ago, it was a stiff chain that looked like it might be used to seal a monster away. But at some point... it had transformed into a normal... What the fuck? What? Well, I mean, ironic that you say that. Because this means there is a way out of the closed room that killed Eva and Hideyoshi. This changes everything. That is so weird. Now I can just undo it from the inside. Right, so what this person did is they somehow made it so that the chain has been changed, and then they've, you know, fucked off themselves, and then they've put back the chain from the outside. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but at the same time, I think it might be the only thing they could do. Either hints to the existence of an accomplice, because they could have just hid in the closet, or maybe there is something more going on. No, if they hid in the closet, then if... No, it fully makes sense. Episode 5 makes sense if you apply this. Because if there was no... the only thing is, it doesn't make sense if... Wait, hang on a second, it does in theory. What could have happened in episode 5 is the killer could have made it so that the lock was replaced once, and so the type of chain was actually replaced when they had got out, and then they had made it so that... Well, the thing is, you don't really need to replace the type of chain after that. So you... Well, wait, no, you need to leave before everyone else comes to try and make it look like you're in the type of the crowd. So, yeah. You open the door, and then you replace the chains somehow from the outside, and then you go back to make it a chain that you can open. But the only thing is, you don't really need to take into consideration anything regarding how the chain can actually be opened, because of the fact that people won't notice it. You can do it in your own time to make it so that the police don't suspect it as evidence. But at the same time, I'm sure there will be a lot of things that they would be able to suspect with really, really discreet forensic evidence. That is interesting to think. It is interesting to think, like, with this killer, how would they change? How would their reactions and their methods have changed if, you know, if they have forensic evidence that could easily be accessible, which would not help them at all. But the only thing is I don't really understand how the chain has been undone here. Has somebody actually physically changed it? This changes everything. Now I can just undo it from the inside. I tried to undo it, but the chain wasn't long enough for that while the door was still open at a crack, and I couldn't get it off. Obvious. Oh, that's awful. Calm down. I gulped and calmly closed the door. Then, when I saw that the chain had slackened enough, I touched it with my finger to make sure. When I was little, I hated chains because I could never get them undone right. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. However, that was a long time ago. Now I can undo something like this. Anyone could, it's easy. I imagine the demon who'd locked me in this room using this as a trap to give me hope. Just to make me despair even more. Yeah, good one, yeah, but I pushed those thoughts aside from the time being. I undid the chain lock. And the chain dangled there right before my eyes. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Now there's no lock sealing this door. That is so weird. Please, don't torment me anymore. And just open normally. Is it going to do it? I mean, it should do. Yeah, slowly the door opened. When I closed the door to undo the chain, the warm light from the hallway got cut off. Don't think I've ever undone a chain myself beforehand. This is really quite new to me. I've just used doors on hinges. Well, I mean, obviously they probably have hinges, but at the same time, I've never seen any doors. Only doors that are protected by locks. Never a door that has been protected by a chain. If I open it again, what if that warm light is gone this... Oh my god, imagine! I was even afraid of stuff like that. Oh god, I see that. It's just totally terrifying. And, you know, that just totally shows the state of fear induced in this person. However that was. Just me over-imagining things. Slowly. Quickly. No, I guess this is normal for a door. As the door let out an annoying creak, the exit from this cursed room finally opened. Is it actually going to be salvation? Is it going to be Dokenjima Mansion? I'm impressed. It is. I did it. Yeah, that's interesting because this totally changes everything with regard what's actually... Now we know a way of actually, you know, having the culprit exit the room. Yeah. Even my cry of joy was strapped. Oh no, that is actually really quite cruel, but it's just interesting that this person is so scared that they've entirely lost their voice. But that doesn't matter anymore. Fair, all that matters is that I can get out. I poke my head out and look left and right and down the corridor. The warm corridor! Yeah, I could sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Who is this person? I really do wonder. I thought, let's go right now. What? What the fuck happened? What the fuck? That was a jump scare. Well, there's a way to stimulate my brain. I'm grateful for that. But Jesus Christ, what the fuck has happened? At that moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. I know who this is. This is the servant. This is the servant who had an accident at the stairs. Bet you anything. At the moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. What? It was as though an iron loop had been fastened around my neck and pulled on hard from behind. No, not as though. Without my knowing. At some point, a thick metal collar had been fastened around my neck. Jesus Christ. When did this happen? No, I know, seriously, when I turned around I just despaired even more. Out from the inner side of the door I just opened. The thick chain had extended. What? And attached itself to this collar I was... Jesus Christ. That is sick. I pulled in it, but it didn't even budge. When I shook it, the whole door creaked. No, but the only thing is, the thing that kind of contradicts this being a servant, why are they feeling really, really happy about hearing everybody else's voices? I mean, why would a servant be happy about that? That's too human for a servant. I don't know, but it doesn't really make sense. Who has been in the family and yet has been killed? It just doesn't really make much sense. Maybe there could be someone we don't actually know about. Who knows? I pulled in it, but it didn't even budge. When I shook it, the whole door creaked. What was it? The hell? No, seriously, yeah, I'm just genuinely so surprised. The chain that connected to my collar was attached to the inner side of the door. Yes. The same vanishing chain that had secured the door a short while back had suddenly become a chain holding me in place. That is really weird. Whoever the culprit is, I think what they have done is they've done it without this person's view, and they've then fastened them towards this place. And they've probably just done it in such a manner that would shock this person so much so that they wouldn't be able to actually be on guard and see who's done it. Isn't that interesting? I kind of get the impression that whoever has done this has a key and has a means of quickly breaking the chain, and also has been watching. Why did this happen the second the person had gone out? Yeah, interesting that. Or is this somebody who's actually getting murdered this year? Oh, that would make sense, actually. Yeah, seriously, yeah, that's insane, that's insane. Damn it, what's going on here? Yeah, no, I really do wonder. I pulled with all my strength, trying to tear the whole door. Yeah, understandable, yeah, you fight for your fucking life. But I already knew from repeated experiments Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that it wouldn't budge. Repeated experiments. That could be indicative of it being a servant. Why would anybody else experiment on doors? I mean, maybe a family member could. I don't know. I'm sure that this chain will disappear once I go back inside the room. Oh, I know. That's the weirdest thing. No, but the only thing is I don't agree. But the fact that the culprit has probably predicted that this train of thought will be there for this certain person. Whoever this is, I think they are very young. Maybe it could be Maria. Who knows? Or maybe it could be Jessica. I don't know. I just feel... I don't think it's an adult. That is, if it isn't the servant. Though it apparently turned back into a normal chain lock. Nothing had actually changed. The chain lock still bound me to that room. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is interesting. God, this is a really quite confusing narrative here. So what I'm picturing it as the person that's tried to escape, but then the culprit, they've got put you know, a little bit of a collar around the person's neck, which has completely fastened it to place, you know, tied it around the chain, and then the door has been opened, their body have been shoved back into the room, and then you know, they're just interpreting it as, you know, naturally. That's how confused they would be. No, but the only thing is I think the chain has always been in, you know, the chain that she tried to, or he, whatever, tried to, you know, break. Yeah, tears flowing down my face. I pulled of all I had. No, but it does make sense. So what you've made it so that the chain has been disconnected from the door. So there's a free chain, just, you know, in a vertical line that you can then use to fasten to a collar. Proper Sayonara style. I don't even know why I made that joke. It's just, that's the only thing I think of when I think of fastening collars to people. Oh, God. I really need to consume more anime media so that, or visual novel related media, so that when I think of stuff like that, I don't think of the most dark and sick things I could possibly think of. I don't know. Tears flowing down my face, I pulled of all I had. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it was completely useless. They're trapped, definitely. And it does make sense as to why the orientation of the chain has changed. It was completely useless. No matter what I did, I could never tear it loose. And I wasn't even permitted to call out for help. That is odd. Yeah, I felt a confused anger at how the demon had mercilessly made me think that I'd escaped for just an instant. Yeah, that's what the culprit did to spike fear in whoever this is. But no matter how much I yelled, no voice came out. And no one on the other end of the corridor could hear me. Then I noticed an odd stain on the wall of the corridor. It wasn't a stain. 07151129. Bet. They were letters. Ah, yes, 07151129, my favourite letters. They were letters traced out by a finger that had been covered in red paint. Those letters which look like they have been drawn in blood. Answer my biggest question. The chain lock must be set. You're allowed to unset it, but then it must be reset. Why? Why? What is this person trying to achieve? Seriously. Unless it is set, this exit of yours will be unusable. Oh, that's interesting. So basically get out with some sort of closed room means. Yeah. I immediately understood the meaning of that ominous message. Then I tried it out and understood completely. Yeah, interesting that. Yeah, when I returned to the room and reset the chain lock, the collar around my neck disappeared. When I undid the chain lock again, that heavy feeling around my neck returned. That is weird. I'm sorry, but how does a collar disappear? In other words, I cannot leave this room while the chain lock is still unset. Yeah. In that case, why don't I just set the chain while outside the room? Yeah, fair enough, yeah. And I did the chain once more, time. The collar and the chain appeared around my neck again. Yeah, I stepped out into the corridor and closed the door behind me, leaving only the slightest of cracks. I stuck my hand through that crack, grabbed the dangling chain, and tried to reset it somehow. Damn it! Even though it was so easy to do from the inside. Oh no, it must be hard when you don't have any vision. Yeah, why? But this is, in theory, a loophole, I see that. Is it so hard to do it from the outside? The gap needed to be wide if I wanted to manipulate the chain well. Yeah, true. However, that made... Oh, yeah, however, that made the chain too short to reach. Yeah, it's bad that the gap is really narrow. To make the chain reach just a bit further, I'd have to close the door a bit more. But if I do that, there won't even be enough of a gap to fit my hand in. Shit, that is tricky. Is it just one of those scenarios where you barely can't do it? Of course, that was perfectly natural. Chain locks are made to be used from the inside. Yeah. They'd be completely pointless if you could set and unset them from the outside. Yeah. That's why the length of the chain is specifically chosen to prevent anyone from setting it or unsetting it from the outside. Yeah. Oh, I wonder what's going to happen. Yeah, then can I use some kind of hard or thin tool? If the gap of the door is just a finger's width across, that's more than enough for the chain to reach. If I could just bend a wire hanger so that if this would have cracked... I mean, where are you going to get a wire hanger and work the chain with that? That's right, there's a closet just to the side of the door. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Could there be some hangers in there? There won't be, but at the same time I do wonder what they're going to find. What? That is interesting. Right, my theory is there is an accomplice, and what they have done is... By the way, interesting that there was no... No, but the only thing is it is kind of disproved the fact that Natsuhi was there. So, either Hideyoshi has been faking dead, or maybe what has happened is Natsuhi is... Or maybe what has happened is... in episode 1, basically the killer has come in there, and then they've used the wire cutters to get out of the door, and then if somebody was somehow playing dead in the inside, then they have replaced the chain. So that means the closed room can be established and the death can be faked. No, but the only thing is they can't fake the death, they've got to die, because Nanja will do the examination, and if they're faking dead, then, you know, they'll quickly be found out. They've got to die, or they could use a beta blocker, to be fair. Found one. Oh, thank God. That is interesting. A single, it's a bit convenient as well, don't you think? A single cheap-looking hanger, like one you might find in a laundry room, was hanging there. Interesting. I'm pretty sure that when I looked last looked a short while ago, nothing like this was in the closet. Yeah, it is interesting now. Oh, who cares? I feel like this person is going to their death. Quickly, quickly. I twisted the wire hanger, bending the end with the tip around. I formed a loop at the end to grab things with. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, making for a sort of burglar's tool. And then let's read a bit. Hmm. Ooh. There was no hanger when Natsuhi was there. That is interesting. In episode 5. That means the person who was there has potentially used this exactly the same escape technique. Yeah, so maybe that definitely means that you can make it so that the lock is, you know, the chain is broken without... No, but the only thing is it would be unlocked, so I think I do feel that somebody has somehow faked being dead to actually check inside. Then I dashed out far into the corridor again and closed the door almost as far as it would go. Yeah. My wrist could never pass through this. However, if I close it this much, the chain should have extra length to spare. Yeah, fair enough actually. Yeah. Yeah, no, I see that. And the crack is large enough for me to stick the hanger through. Right, now it's just a matter of technique. If I keep trying, I'll definitely be able to do it eventually. I'm certain of it. Now... Wait, no. It's not valid. There you done. It's harder than it looked. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but the chain is long enough. Yeah, it isn't impossible. I had finally gotten my hands on the way to a... Yeah, seriously, yeah, it was hard, yes, but it was theoretically possible. Yeah, fair enough. If it's possible, I'll be able to get out. I'll be able to escape from there. What? Who the fuck? Okay, I mean, burn, I heard, but who the fuck was that other person? Or is that Lambda Ember? That is interesting. At that moment, I felt a heavy weight on the far side of that door. What? It felt as though someone inside the room had pressed their forehead against it. That is actually really interesting. So what this is just some sort of torture from Lambda Ember. Oh, this is horrible. God, it felt as though someone inside the room had pressed their forehead against the door. And was drawing closer. And she... the witch... had laughed. Then I've got a powerful and strange force on the wire hanger. Is she trying to... Yes! Grab it away from me. Yeah, right, like, hello, let it go. I kind of let my one key out of it get stolen while my guard's down. Yeah, fair enough. Fortunately, I stuck my wrist through it so that I wouldn't drop it if my hand got tired. You won't be able to snatch this out of my hands. Who is that person? It's got to be Lambda, who sounds like they're literally on helium. Yeah, the witch on the other side of the door laughed at me. Is this Burn Castle, or is it just a representation of her voice? Then I noticed something weird. I looked at my left hand, which I had pressed against the door to hold it in place. And between the fingers of that hand, I could see something red. They were... red letters? What? I realised immediately. At some point in... That is so weird. I realized immediately, at some point in time, even more bloody letters have been drawn on the door. And my left hand had been covering them up. That is actually really quite interesting. Still fighting against the vice-like strength of the witch beyond the door. I moved my left hand to the side. Oh no, what is it going to be? Where that hand had been. Bloody letters had indeed been drawn. And there, as though someone had predicted that I'd struggle this way from the very beginning, was a message from the witch to me. Oh, that is interesting. It's not impossible normally, but at the same time here, it's, you know, being... Well, hang on a second. Red. Blood red. Is that indicative of red truth? Oh, shit. It is impossible to set or unset the chain lock from the outside by any means. Yeah. All tricks done from the corridor have been sealed by the red letters. Oh, that's awful. Isn't it really interesting to think that the red truth has... I don't know. So weird. God, there was suddenly a terrible sound, and the force pulling on the hanger was suddenly released. Then when I pulled out and looked, I lost all hope. As though it had been hit by the acid of the room's darkness. Oh yeah, the tip of the hanger had burnt. That's horrible, yeah. And melted off. Now, it's pitifully... Yeah, you can't escape with it whatsoever. Yeah, and it is interesting that the red truth, it couldn't have been valid, but now it is, because of the fact that the witches are tormenting this person by, you know, making it so that this happens. Right, so now it's pitifully short. This can't be used for anything. Yeah, it would be useless to search for a substitute. Isn't it really interesting that in red they can't escape? You know, it would be useless to search for a substitute. All schemes to set the chain from the outside have been prevented. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what is this person going to do? Damn it. Oh my god, I know that. I just get the impression that they are totally raging, which is understandable, yeah. Through the remnants of the wire hanger against the floor. Face the hallway filled with a warm... Oh my god, I know, that's horrible. It's just, you know, you're in a closed room and you can't escape whatsoever and you're being totally tormented. You know, called for help. Are they actually going to be able to? Yeah, that's horrible. I don't know what the hell has happened to this person, but still, yeah. However, I just choked, unable to speak at all. Everyone's just down the corridor. Yeah, seriously, yeah. And everything's peaceful there. Yeah, I can't hear the voices, but I know. I'm sure they're all having a good time playing. Oh my god, I know, that's absolutely horrible. The fact that, you know, yeah, this is what's happening. Yeah, please, someone notice. Please, someone save me. Yeah, this person is totally losing it, and it's understandable. Are they now imagining the witches' voices to be... Yeah, this is a total imagination, and this is an illusion, the witch's voice. It's gotta be. This time it wasn't the witch's voice. Oh, Jesus. How fucking tormenting can your mind get? No, but the only thing is I see why this is actually happening. Yeah, this time it wasn't the witch's voice. It was the happy voices of everyone else, which I could hear coming from the other end of the hallway. I can see how this could totally induce mania. Yeah, someone come over here. God, this is horrible. And save me. Who has done this, though? Seriously? I really, really wonder what's actually going to happen regarding the first Twilights. Is it going to have any relevance to this?
Oh
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, just after that chaos, now we're going to see like a really, really relaxing card scene after all of that. The only person I don't think we've seen much of is Gorda. Could you imagine if that's actually him? Oh my god. That would be really quite something. God. Not unreasonable, I suppose. To be fair, we haven't seen Gorda whatsoever. And it is really, really interesting to think that if the culprit is... let's say that is Gorda, and the culprit is actually somebody who's not in here. It can't be anyone here. I mean, to be honest, I think the most likely person would be a servant, because obviously all of the people in the family... Well, no. At the other end of the corridor, the people in the guest house, so it could be anyone of the family members, and it could be also one of the servants. Less likely to be a family member, but still has a possibility. Not a possibility of 0. Yeah, that is weird, though, genuinely. I think this is Gorda. God, it's horrible. Yeah, very interesting stuff. So this could potentially indicate that whoever the culprit actually is, they have made it so that people have been hidden. Why? I don't... Why? I know. It's because of the fact that wherever Gorda would have been, i.e. maybe the servant room, maybe some whereabouts, you know, maybe it could be indicative of what they have actually done, and maybe it could be exposing. So if you make it so, Gorda's always been the person who has been the worst at hiding things, so if you make the person who's worst at hiding things disappear, then, you know, what happens? Who is to blame? I really do wonder. But the only thing is, it does actually kind of make sense. It doesn't make sense on how you can avoid Erika, because she is literally there, unless you have been there for the entire time, but that doesn't really fit to anyone. So yeah, I do wonder. I really do wonder. Right, I'm going to take a break for a bit. Okay, after that weird stuff about everything regarding the blimmin' door and actually being able to get out of it, and, you know, somebody just persistently torturing this person because of the fact that they can't go out whatsoever. I feel that that's Gorda, and then the culprit is somebody that's, you know, not George and Erika's lot, and, you know, Basalo and Jessica and Maria, and, yeah, I kind of get the impression that gives the indication that it's a servant. I don't know, I feel like this is at the work of a culprit, and, you know, because of the fact that this person is so paranoid, and it's easy on Dokenjima to believe in delusions, you know, it's just, it really works to their advantage. Sorry, but I'm out. And let's see a nice pleasant game of cards that is probably going to be interrupted by a murder. George slammed his last card down, ending the game with his victory once again. Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's actually really quite interesting. Yeah, everyone gasped in unison. The cousin room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game. No, my god, he sounds like he's really quite good. Oh my god, George going in Higurashi, what would happen if I see he really did have it, George Aniki? God, damn you, 6 of spades. Fucking hell. Your 8 of diamonds was pretty nasty too, Batora. Oh my god, I can just hear the frustration, I can just hear the regret. Oh my god. How did Maria do? You've got to be kidding me. Wait, what? Wait, so, I mean, Jessica and Basila, they actually had some sort of, you know, lead that made them close to winning. What about Maria? You're incredible, Josh and Yishan, you won again. It looks like we've won again. Oh yeah, fair enough actually. Yeah, Maria couldn't really hold her own in an all-out battle. That's really quite nice, yeah. So she teamed up with George, which is truly why she was celebrating... yeah, which was why she was celebrating his victory. Fair enough, yeah. Oh, yeah, utter defeat. Colonel Winston let his cards drop to the table. That's hilarious. The games of sevens between Conan and the cousins have been a fierce battle. Oh no, I see that. Yeah. Normally they would take things very easy since Maria was there. So this game was rare. Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, because of the fact that, you know, not only Batalu is there, but Conan is there as well. You know, people that would never normally participate. It's brilliant. Yeah, Conan had started taking the game seriously. Oh yeah, I'm willing to lose. So George and Battler had responded and the battle had grown fierce. Yeah, nice. Unlike Battler, who was carefree to enjoy it whether he won or lost. Oh yeah. Connor's mood changed drastically with every victory or defeat. Oh yeah, fair enough actually, yeah. Yeah, when you're new to playing something, you do have really quite... I mean, you need to train your emotions so that you really don't get... you know, mad and, you know, you need to desensitize yourself from the stress of defeat, really. It was less of a dislike for losing and more that he just wasn't used to playing. He wasn't used to trading a few wins and losses with his opponent. Oh yeah, fair. So he took... Oh my god, so he took even losses. Yeah, within a game series. Fair enough, yeah. Since he resolved to win and had unfortunately challenged the veteran players, George and Battle... Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that the battle is good with cards. The result was plain to see. Ooh. Oh, it's kind of something. Shoulders. Jessica slapped him on the back. Yeah, hey, you almost had it. I love... Oh no, seriously, I love that they tried to bait us like that. I love fighting all out like this. I mean, to be fair, in a lot of situations that is true, but in this one it's not because of the fact that there's a thrill to going all out and there's fun. Whether you go all out or not, if you just lose in the end, it's pointless. I can see how he thinks that though. That's not true. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if you really gave it your all, there's no reason to get depressed when you lose. Fair, yeah. If you lost after hardly trying, then you'd be grumbling and complaining about how you would have won if you'd taken it seriously. But yeah, definitely. Yeah. There'd always been that element of possibility. But at the same time, that's eradicated when you actually try. Oh god, that really is quite tricky though. You challenge somebody who is infinitely better than you, and yet you still expect yourself to win. That's right. No, I don't agree whatsoever. People who really give it their all never complain. Ideally, they're always cheering no matter what the result is. You're right. Yeah, that's interesting, and they can be scarier than anyone else. Yeah, they always learn from their experience and grow. Yeah, like you. Very true. Yeah, that is fair, yeah. I was a coward, so I could never learn anything. I see that I am still very immature. God, I'm furniture, so any dreams I might have are pointless. Jesus Christ, yeah, because he rigidly believed that he's distanced himself away from everything, shutting himself away. Yeah, I see that, yeah, because obviously things as normal as accepting defeat in a game, you know, you wouldn't be accustomed to doing because of how disconnected you are from everything. I see that. However, during that same time, Shannon had undergone many life adventures. Yeah, seriously, yeah. And now, her hand was resting on the door, separating furniture and human. Yeah, definitely. The old Kanon would only have seen this card game as a way to pass the time. No, but obviously this Kanon is actually invested in winning, and he's invested of, you know, having fun and enjoying himself, really. However, the new Kanon was now capable of gaining something new from this experience. Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's probably what it means to grow. Yeah, and it is just really interesting that these people, they haven't grown whatsoever because of the fact that they've held on to a specific belief. So as a result of that, now they need to grow, and you know, a lot of growth just happens subconsciously, but at the same time, if you actually think about the growth that you are doing, that's either a really good thing or a really bad thing. It can lead to both ends of the spectrum, really. Furniture does nothing but rot with the passage of time. Yeah, that's interesting. The ability to grow is a privilege given only to... No, I see that, because obviously if he's convinced that he's furniture, he's not going to grow as a person. I see that. That's brilliant. A brilliant analogy. Because it's so true.
一緒に遊んでくれてありがとう。
Yeah, thank you for playing with us.
日誌とか書いたり忙しかったんだろ?
Oh my god, yeah, thank you for playing with us. You probably have work to do, like filling in the log,
付き合って
right?
くれて本当にサンキューだぜ。
I'm really glad that you decided to hang out with us.
いいえ、
Don't worry about it.
僕も楽しかったです。
Yeah, seeing him happy, it's weird. I had a lot of fun too.
これが楽しいことなんだって
Fair.
理解できました。
It's horrible that he never knew that. Like, genuinely, I mean that with everything. It is fucking horrible. Yeah, or should I say that I've realised this sort of thing is fun?
僕を無理に誘ってくれて
Oh yeah,
ありが
yeah.
とうございます。
It's really good of Jessica for somebody who's so isolated from anything that's fun, you know, to be able to experience it. Thanks for pushing so hard for me to come.
私たちはさ、もっともっと
Yeah.
いろいろなことに挑戦していこう。
Let's challenge ourselves more and more.
そして君が知らなかったものを探しに行こう。
And let's go and find more things you didn't know about. Oh.
あ
Oh.
あ、それで
By the way. Oh my god, I wonder what this is gonna
さ
be.
っきの話だけどさ、
About what we were talking about earlier.
ギターとか。
Oh my god! Wow! Oh, that would be really cool. Ever wanted to try playing guitar?
いや、別に無理にとは言わないけど、その。
But that would be so cool. Well, I don't want to force you or anything, but... By the way, let me just tell you something. Shannon has no alibi. And Gorda could potentially be locked up. Could you make that connection?
難しいでしょうね。
Ooh, if you made that connection, it would actually get past Edika. That is interesting. It must be very difficult.
まあね。
Yeah, I guess.
でもさ、そこは丁寧に教えるし、練習は私も付き合うから。
God, that would be brilliant, but I'll do a good job teaching you, and I'll even practice with you. Isn't it just so absurdly awful to think that in Umineko's stories, you know, these people have such, you know, such happy life goals. This face is never going to be seen again, let's be honest here. Or maybe it will, but I don't know, it's very unlikely.
言うほど私もうまく
And yet they're all gonna die, today or tomorrow. Well, I guess I'm not that much of an expert myself. At first, Conan was scared that he might make a complete fool of himself if he touched a musical instrument for the first time. Well, of course you will, but at the same time, this is the thing. You've got to make a fool of yourself to be able to enjoy the experience. After all, he knew that screwing up like that would make him feel bad. Yeah. Learn to, you know, challenge that mindset. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can't be good at anything. Like, if you're good at anything the second you begin it, it's because of the fact that you have skill in another part that you've been able to transfer. And you know, to get that skill initially, it's not like it was a perfect ride. It's only natural that I'll be bad when I first start. Yeah, seriously, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, yeah. If I try to run away from it, I'll never learn a thing for all eternity. Yeah, definitely, I'll never achieve anything. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, definitely, yeah, because you were just shattering any mistakes or any prospect of losing. Isn't that why people love it when they feel themselves improving?
右手と左手が別々に動くってだけでもう全然ダメだったぜ。
Even Zenzen Damada moment, even I sucked at making my left and right hands move at the same time when I first started.
でも少しずつコツが分かってくるとさ、だんだん当たり前になってきて。
But I slowly got the knack of it and it started to feel more and more natural.
僕もその境地に至りたいです。
I'd like to reach that level too.
そのための道の一つにお嬢様との音楽活動があるならぜひご一緒させてください。
I'd like to reach that level too. If one path to that goal is playing music with you, my lady, I would love to do that with you. Oh my god, that's made her happy. And very awkward as well. Really? Yes. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. You're very honest. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be horrible when I start, and I might even make you lose hope in me at times.
でも本気でやっての失敗だったらそれは清々しいものに違いないと。
But if I've given it my all, even messing up is no big deal.
お嬢様たちに教わりましたから。
Yeah, that's what I learned from you all just now.
照れるぜ。
You're embarrassing me. That's really nice. I love you more than ever, my lady.
太陽のような人なのに僕が目を背けていたから。
Because I averted my eyes for so long, even though you shone like the sun.
こんなにもずっと近くにいたのに。
Yeah, fair.
それに気づけなかった。
Yeah, isn't it interesting? It's just a without love it cannot be seen moment. Yeah, I never noticed you when you were right next to me.
じゃあもっと好きになってもらえるように頑張っちゃうぜ。いや
Yeah, you've got to overcome this awkwardness, my god. Then I better work even harder to make you love me even more. Yeah, Conon's serious and competitive words were... Oh yeah, fair, yeah, were more than enough to make Jessica shy. Fair, yeah. However, Conon's expression unexpectedly clouded.
Oh,
that's interesting. Lady, the reason I love you is so clear. Because of that I cannot bear not knowing. Yeah, not knowing what? Why did you start to like? That is actually a really good question. I see that. Yeah. I feel like it was just sympathy, to be honest. Unlike you, I don't shine in any sense. No, I see that, yeah.
そんなみすぼらしい僕をお嬢様が好きになる理由が何一つ思いつかないんです。
Yeah. Why did you start to like me? Unlike you, I don't shine in any sense. Even now, I'm just clinging to your back as you shine away. That is actually really interesting to think that Connor just totally feels that, you know, he's dependent on Jessica as a result of, you know, he's dependent on Jessica performing, you know, to a standard that really accepts love for him to actually be able to feel it himself, really. It's all because of Jessica. He's actually been able to feel it himself. Yeah, I do wonder what she's going to say. That's not true, okay?
カノン君にだっていいところはいっぱいある。
Yeah, there are all kinds of good things about you, Kanon-kun. Yeah.
恥を忍んでお聞きします。
Let me swallow my pride and ask. Yeah, but no, that is a good
僕
question.
の何が気に入られたのですか？
What about you made me like me, milady? Kanon hung his head. Since he had never learned anything on his own, he had never been able to take the initiative with her in any way. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, that is actually really interesting. Everything he's learnt about Jessica has either been someone from another person, not from, her directly. It's always been other people who have told him the things that he needs to learn about Jessica rather than Jessica herself. So I could see how that could be a totally new occurrence. The fact that he was accepting her affection one-sidedly, unable to do anything but simply receive it. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, made him sad and frustrated at himself. Yeah, because it is just such an absurd piece of luck. I mean, there are so many people that would never ever be this, have this much of, really, really strong endurance. But at the same time, these people do. It's just really quite absurd to me that, these people haven't given up, and they don't give up. That's the thing. They don't. No way. Jessica was lost for words. Yeah, after all, compared to the reason that Kanon had started to love Jessica, Jessica's reason was a lot more vague. Yeah, that is interesting. She had heard Shannon talking about her love with George. And at school, she and her friends had always talked about relationships with... Oh god, yeah. There would have been nothing strange about a girl fascinated by the idea of romance developing an interest in a nearby member of the opposite sex. Yeah, definitely. However, if you put that into words... Yeah, fair enough, actually. I see that, yeah. However, if you put that into words, it might just be misinterpreted to mean that any nearby boy would have done just as well. But the point is, they hadn't have done just as well. However, she could still be proud of the feelings she felt at this very instant. Yeah. She really did love Kanon, and she truly wanted to experience romance. Yeah, definitely, yeah. As a result, they might end up together, or they might not. However, if she reached that result without holding back, she could accept it no matter which it was. Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah. I see that, yeah. The thing is, I don't think putting all of your effort in necessarily makes it so that every result's effort is fully, done. Though you have put your all in, there is always something that can be better. There is always something that you could have optimised more so that your time could have been more efficiently used in preparation for something. Let's say, for example, exams. Like, what if there was something that you should have allocated your time more to that you could have, but you hadn't have? Have you really given it your all because of the fact that there are still areas that you haven't? Like, even if you've tried your hardest, have you really given it your all if you haven't, made it so that you've worked in the best parts, really? A lot of the time, results kind of invalidate the effort. Like, let's say I've worked really fucking hard on my exams. If I don't get top grades, then I personally will feel that my efforts are invalidated. So, I mean, I do see this mindset for stuff like this, but I don't really think it can be applied to everything. And it also really depends on the person as well, because I'm a different person to these people. I feel differently to the matter. However, she couldn't find the right words to tell Kanon that... Yeah, understandable, yeah. No. I think you should fully honestly say it, but then just say, you were the one who stuck out. When Kanon saw Jessica bite her lower lip in frustration, he finally realised... I'm such a fool. Oh yeah, that could be bad, I don't know. What about me do you like? That very question is foolish.
理解できてない証拠なんだ。
Fair, yeah, it's proof that I'm not serious about myself, and that I haven't been able to understand even
そん
myself.
なことをお嬢様に言わせようとするなんて、僕は最低だ。
I think Jessica really needs to get over. The thing is, this is a kind of annoying thing about Jessica, you know, just for her situation. Like, she has so many passionate and, you know, beautiful thoughts, but at the same time, she just has no means of actually putting them into words because of the fact that she is just so absurdly shy and scared. It's horrible of me to try and make you say it for me.
そんなことないよ。
That's not true.
女の子だって男子に告白されたら最初に聞いてみたい質問だもん。
That's not true. After all, it's the first question any girl would like to ask after being given a love confession.
自分のどこを気に入ってくれたのって。
What part of me do you like?
それを相手に尋ねる時点で、僕は未熟なんです。
God, I forgot how insurmountably beautiful this song is. Fucking hell. It's so, so good. It was immature of me to ask you that.
そんな未熟者に気に入ってもらえるようなものが。
Well, you'd be surprised, but still, yeah, how could anyone love someone so immature? Look at Shannon. I mean, obviously. I mean, if Shannon had no interest in George, I'm sure they could potentially be, you know, a couple. Wait, that's not... Jessica panicked, trying desperately to explain how she felt. However, Kanon was calm. Yeah, it really is a difference between them, and then he spoke.
だから。僕がお嬢様を好きになるように。
I want you to love me. Yeah, it's really, really good that, you know, nothing could have potentially affected their relationship. I want you to love me.
お嬢様にも僕を好きになってほしい。
God, the way I already love you.
僕は自分を変えてい
That's
くことにします。
brilliant, yeah. I've decided to start changing myself so that can happen.
今はまだこんな自分をお嬢様に好きになってもらえるとは到底思いません。
Yeah, I can hardly imagine that you would love me as I am.
でもいつか必ず。
But someday, no matter what.
絶対素敵なカノン君になれるよ。
I'm absolutely sure you'll become a wonderful person, Kanon-kun.
私がベタベタに惚れちゃうくらいの素敵な男の子になれる。
Sorry, my thoughts sidetrack. I just thought, can we just take a moment to appreciate how little, when you look at the Illusion of the Witch, episode 2 makes sense? Like, seriously. When Kanon goes rogue. A guy's so cool that I can't keep my eyes off you. Yeah, that's good, yeah.
ずっと一緒にいるから。
Yeah, until then I'll stick by you all the way.
時間なんていくらでもある。
Isn't it sad that that is just such an ironic statement?
ただ時間がそうないのが悔やまれます。
How the genuine fuck do you know that? What? But unfortunately there isn't much time left. What do you mean?
家具の話をするとお嬢様が悲しまれます。
This is interesting. This is, whatever this is fucking important. It usually saddens you when I talk about furniture.
話さなければなりません。
However, there is something I must tell you.
そしてそれは僕が本気で戦わなければならないことでも。
And it is also something I must fight for with all my soul.
何の話？
What are you talking
家
about?
具だから恋ができないとか、 そういう話ならもう
No,
聞きた
it's
くな
not
いよ。
about that. Why do they not have much time? What are you talking about? I don't want to hear any more of that. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I'm furniture, so I can't fall in love talk.
カノン君は家具なんかじゃない。人間だよ。
Yeah, you're a human, not furniture. It's not about this. Yes.
だから人間になろうと思います。
I would like to become human.
ですがまだ家具なんです。
However, I'm still furniture.
ならなろうよ。人間に。
In that case, just do it. Become human.
かつて魔女は教えてくれました。
The witch taught me
この
once
世の一なる元素、
about the single element of this world.
それは愛だと。
According to her, is love.
それはこの世に住まう人間は当たり前のように享受できるものです。
It's something that humans born into this world can take for granted. Right, okay, I've just got to screenshot the absolutely key things here. Key. It's something that humans born into this world can take for granted.
家具として生み出されたこの世ならざる身には当たり前ではないのです。
What the genuine fuck? However, it is not something that those not from this world who were born as furniture can take for granted. What the hell? So you're basically saying that Kanon's actually from a foreign world? What?
その当たり前でないものを得るには
That is really weird.
奇跡が必要なんです。
Yeah, in order to... Hang on a second, so if the illusion of the witch is shattered, what happens to the furniture? In order to gain it for themselves, they must have magic or a miracle. In just the same way that Nair-san and George-sama would never have ended up as they have without borrowing the power of the golden butterfly brooch.
さっきから
Oh,
これが
brilliant.
わからないの。
Yeah, you are the person I wanted to hear about most. I don't really get that last part.
何がわからぬというか。
What do you not understand?
聞かせよ。
Let me hear it. Yeah, isn't it really quite interesting to think about, you know, furniture related things? You know, they don't have love normally because of the fact that this is just all a metaphor. I think this is complete bullshit. Like, even though you were a servant, you can still rebel, you can still not be like anyone else. No, but at the same time, if you were literally created by Kinzo, if you were made by him somehow, then I don't know. I really do wonder what the creation story of these servants, you know, is. And I do wonder, you know, why a lot of the people who are older, you know, what, for example, like, what relevance Genji has as well. I mean, I'd assume that, and Kumasawa maybe, she probably has a lot of relevance as well. Yes, you have to be human to actually gain love, but at the same time, if you're a piece of furniture, then, you know, you have to have a miracle and you have to have magic. It's odd. What don't you understand? Let me hear it.
今回のゲームが始まり、短くない時間がシャノンやカノンの恋への決意に割かれてきたわ。
That is fair, yeah. But then we've got to think about why are we actually being shown these scenes? Since maybe it's going to have some sort of significance. Maybe the love is going to be shattered and then somebody is actually going to go rogue. Maybe, I don't know, I feel like Jessica would more likely go rogue, but maybe Kanon said he was going to fight with everything he's got, so maybe he actually knows about the murders and, you know, he doesn't want Jessica to go, so as a result he's going to, you know, begin fighting for himself. I don't know. Since this game began, a large portion of the time has been spent on Shannon and Kanon's determination to fall in love.
それ自体は、自らを家具と蔑んできた少年少女の青春の決意と成長の物語と 好意的に見てもいい。
I've got no problem interpreting that as a story of growth and teenage determination for a girl and boy who call themselves furniture.
二人のある前提にさっきから強い違和感を覚えるの。
Yeah, the fact that they don't have much time. But one of the assumptions they make feels really out of place to me.
魔法が必要なのか。
Well, I mean, we were thinking of different things, but that is actually a fair point. Yeah, why is magic necessary?
であるか？
Is that it?
シャノンもカノンも、いえ、あえて家具と呼ぶわ。
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, both Shannon and Kanon call themselves
家具
furniture.
たちは最初から一貫して人間とは恋愛ができないと主張してきた。
Yeah, they've always claimed that there can't be love between furniture and humans.
そこに黄金蝶のブローチという魔法が介在し、その魔法という奇跡の結果、ジョージお兄ちゃんとの恋愛が成立した。そう主張してるわ。
At that point, the magic of the golden butterfly or brooch comes into play, and as the miraculous result of this magic, love is established between Shannon and George Oni-chan. Yeah, that's what they claim. No, but the only thing is, obviously, that is just, like, always an embellishment of what is actually happening. This is not magic, this is just the placebo effect, let's be honest here. You're given something, therefore you feel more confidence, therefore your confidence that is increased makes you feel as if your unnatural confidence that is gained makes you feel as if it's not actually you who has done that and someone else.
「身分の違いによる許されぬ恋が実るには」
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
魔法の奇跡でもないことにはありえぬと、そう考えたとしても無理はあるまい。
Yeah, seriously, yeah. Might it mean merely that forbidden love between people of different classes would be unmanageable without a miracle of magic?
そうね。
Yeah, exactly. You can still do it. It is still possible for everything to actually happen.
だから使用人の身分であるシャノンとカノンが共に後宮家の人間に恋をし。
True, I can accept that Shannon and Kanon, who were servants in forbidden love with the members of the family and are suffering
許さ
for
れ
it.
ざる恋に苦悩して自らを家具と卑下したとしても、それは納得できるの。
Yeah, might debase themselves by calling them furniture. And it is interesting if you think that furniture was actually made so that if relationships happened, then they would not be nearly as, they just wouldn't happen. Maybe it could be, maybe the furniture thing was actually created for, people for relationships to have disturbances. Who knows?
そなたの納得できない点とは。
Then what is it that you cannot accept?
再び魔法の力がなければ結婚はできない。
Yeah, I see that. Without borrowing the power of magic once more, marriage will be impossible.
それがシャノンとカノンの二人の共通認識になってる。
Yeah, that seems to be a common understanding between Shannon and
俺
Kanon.
がどうしてもよく理解できないの。
That is fair, yeah. I just can't understand that part. After meeting in secret for quite some time, George and Shannon had finally gotten engaged. both are fully prepared for it emotionally. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And though there would be some trouble with the relatives, it would probably be impossible for anyone to prevent their marriage by this point. Exactly, yeah. George is literally thinking of, you know, defacing the family name, leaving the Ushinomiya family if his desire can't be met.
飛ぶ矢の前に立ちてそれを掴もうとするにも等しい愚行よ。
And I see that, yeah. Trying to stand between those two who wish to be wed is as foolish as standing in front of an arrow and trying to catch it. Yeah, it's like an inexplicably low chance that you'll actually be able to succeed. Exactly.
彼を生涯守りきると誓ったジョージお兄ちゃんにとって両親の反対や感動さえ恐れるものではない。
Now that Jordan Nichan has sworn to protect his lover for the rest of their lives, he has no need to fear opposition and disinheritance from his parents. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
むしろそれらさえも彼女への愛を示すちょうどいい試練だとさえ思っているわ。
Oh yeah, I suppose so, yeah, because yeah, and it is actually really quite interesting to think that on the contrary, you might even think that this is a perfect test of love for her.
二人は必ず結婚する。
Yeah, exactly, yeah, it really shows the amount of determination he is willing, and, you know, how much he is willing to sacrifice for this love as well. We can't forget about that. In other words, they will become married no matter what. No one can stop them.
そして二人は婚約を快諾した。
Oh yeah, definitely, and they've both consented to the engagement.
誰にも拒めない、阻めない。
No one can stop them or impede them.
馬に蹴られてなんとやらであるな。
That is interesting, yeah. And obviously, if you can actually break apart lovers, then it's very likely that they either aren't genuine lovers or the lover has just done something insanely bad.
So, だから不思議なの。
And that's what's strange. Yeah, why do you need magic to make something that is so obvious with human logic?
魔法なんて必要ない。
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, there's no need for magic, unless it strengthens the chances? If George and Shannon had wanted Evar's approval for their engagement, then magic might really have been necessary. Understandable, yeah, because obviously the possibility is just so absurdly low that it's not going to happen. Yeah. After all, Evar had forbidden his relationship with her. Exactly, yeah. No matter how much George spoke on Shannon's behalf, yeah, the chances of Evar being convinced were very near zero, yeah. If that were the case, it would be understandable if they'd wanted a magical miracle to make Evar acknowledge that engagement. Yeah, that is fair. But yeah, exactly, it doesn't matter whether they want approval or not, it is interesting. However, George Oni-chan has already made an oath. Yeah, he doesn't care whether his parents approve of the engagement or not. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, normally the restrictions could potentially stand in the way, but at the same time, you know, they have made it so that they are going to sacrifice everything and they're going to completely inconvenience their life and, you know, miss out on so much inheritance as well, I suppose, if you think of it like that, just for their love. And it's brilliant. It really is. But it is interesting, though. I don't disagree with the fact that magic is not required, and it is just interesting to think that magic in this case is a substitute for I'm feeling reassured. Yeah, definitely, and Shannon should also know that well herself. Yeah.
なのに、なぜ彼女はこの順風満帆の婚約を受けたこの夜に、なおも魔法の奇跡を祈るの？
That's key. That's absolutely key. Because of the fact that she knows people are going to die. That's key. That is absolutely key. I'm sorry, but the servants are all involved in this, and this is a servant conspiracy. That is what I'm convinced of now. God, I think Genji and Kumasawa, if not, I don't know, all of them are suspicious. But at the same time, why do these people have such hopeful futures? And why do they have such genuine feelings of love if they're then going to commit murder? Genji and Kumasawa I am ultimately suspicious of. Yeah, that is absolutely key. Yeah, and Shannon should know that well herself. So why is it that now, on this night where the proposal went so smoothly, yeah, she's praying for a miracle of magic? According to the furniture. Really? She won't even have the right to marry without such a miracle. Really? No, I don't agree. And there you go. It means that Shannon has accepted George's proposal. Yeah, but the only thing is that barrier could be what I was just thinking of. My thought isn't in... I'm just latching onto my theory here because I want it to be true, because then that makes solving the culprit easier. Sorry, a really sudden stretch of honesty there. But she knows that there's still some kind of barrier that can't be overcome without a magical miracle. And that barrier isn't something that they can overcome by their own efforts. That's why they need this miracle called magic. Yeah, because obviously a random killing spree isn't something they can decide. Why do they need magic? Yeah, why do they need magic? If two people love each other... Very interested in Featherin's response, by the way. If two people love each other, what other miracle could they possibly need to be together? Yeah, definitely, because I think, judging by her reaction, they've gone to something key. Featherin listened to Angie's interpretation, smiling in a satisfied way. Apparently... Yeah, she had already reached that conclusion and enjoyed watching Angie finally manage to do the same. Yeah, and that same question applies to Kanon as well. Yeah. The love between him and Jessica Arnett-chan has just begun, but their emotions are pure. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing standing in their way. Yeah, seriously, yeah. Without the brooch, anyway. I mean, I think the brooch is just a placebo effect, but still. They're already in a loving relationship, even without the golden butterfly brooch. The relationship they've started might easily last for years. Yeah, eventually resulting in marriage. I agree, yeah. There's nothing standing in the way either. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As long as they don't seek approval from Kraus and Natsuhi, it seems that they will not need a magical miracle either. Miracle. I almost said that. Mirror. Exactly. Yeah. Isn't it so sweet to think that he has actually seeked inspiration from that? Kanon watched how Shannon lived and changed his own way of life. Then he let his true feelings be known and started a relationship with Jessica Arnett-chan. Yeah. There's no need for magic anymore. Yeah, I don't disagree. If it were a one-sided love, then he might need a love charm or something. Yeah, but their feelings are already mutual. Yeah, they've already communicated their intentions to one another. So why do they still need a magical miracle? Both furniture were in relationships of mutual love. Yeah, there shouldn't have been a need for any miracle any longer. So why? Do they still desire some miracle? I think they just make it so obvious. I wish this was something that was a little bit more subtle so that I could feel cooler for having solved it, potentially. I don't even know if I have solved it, but I think that conclusion I've got to is what the game is intending to make you go to. I just wish it was a little more subtle so I could feel cooler about having reached the conclusion by myself. Then again, there is no way of knowing whether they will want approval from these people. If they do want approval, then it makes sense. But at the same time, isn't that a little bit far to be going? They're just barely starting their relationship. And on top of that, the single brooch was portrayed as as bestowing only a single miracle. Yeah, it felt almost as though Shannon was hesitating, because if she used that miracle up for herself, Connell's chances of love will be automatically sealed away for all eternity. Yeah, because Jessica will die, or Connell will die. Yeah, fully makes sense. And that could potentially be indicative of the fact that maybe the killings are predetermined. So people that are close to Shannon and Connell are going to be killed, potentially. I don't know though. Or maybe Shannon and Connell themselves, who knows? It's hard to tell. So this is the question. That is fair, yeah. Why is furniture not allowed to love? So you ask why love will not be permitted without the miracle known as magic. And also... Though the furniture laments with such certainty that they're unable to love, this golden butterfly brooch is supposed to give them permission to do it. Yeah, just what on earth is it? Oh, that's interesting. Magics. Gotta love that. It's going to be very interesting after having read this, what is going to happen with murder. Who is going to be killed? That's what I'm really interested in. Right, I'm BRB for a sec. Right, okay, we're back now. So, yeah, that is actually really interesting. So let's see what Beatrice the Elder says. So, Beatrice the Elder, God, it's as if she's an old person. When I say an old person, I mean like a person who's over 65. Of course, it is a crystallization of magic. However, like most magic is, it can be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. Yeah, and that is actually really quite interesting to think that, you know, in order for this to happen, Jessica kind of has to abandon any logic she actually has regarding the anti-magic toxin. I mean, obviously George can because of the fact that his love is so strong. For Shannon, he will do anything for it, but at the same time, I don't really know if... No, I mean, no, it still applies to, you know, Jessica. But at the same time, I feel like... I don't know, I just feel like it would be harder for her to accept that. But then again, to be fair, they would accept anything for their love anyway, so it's fine. So, it can only have an effect on those who believe in magic and witches. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Correct.
よってわらわと交流することができたシャノンにはその効果を発揮した。
No, I see that, yeah. So Shannon, who was capable of interacting with me, was able to make use of its benefits.
しかしもしシャノンがそのブローチを砂浜に落とし何も知らぬ者が拾ったとしたら、
Oh my god. That's hilarious. Reminds me of the Magatama of Huarazu from Higurashi Daybreak. You know, you just the hand of the person who actually holds the stone is the person who the other person with the stone will fall for as much as possible. It's exactly the same as this, obviously a little less extreme, but still though, that's hilarious. Let's just hope it's not, I don't know, an old man or something ridiculous like that. Kumasawa. What a ship. So Shannon, who was capable of interacting with me, was able to make use of its benefits. However, if Shannon had dropped it on a sandy beach and someone who knew nothing about it picked up, what if they had a high anti-magic toxin, to be fair? Exactly, yeah.
ブローチの魔法は力を発揮できない。
Yeah, if that person was shrouded in the anti-magic toxin, they wouldn't be able to make use of the Groot's magical power. I agree, yeah.
そういうことだ。
Precisely.
魔女のアイテムは直接の手渡しでなければ力を失うことが多いということだ。
Oh, right, that's interesting. Yeah, a witch's magical items often lose their power if they are not handed over directly.
しかし魔女の存在を大勢の人間が認めることで反魔法の毒素がなくなり権限することができるのと。
Interestingly enough, Kanon's love probably would have been worse because of the fact that it wasn't possible for it to be handed to him directly by Bertorice. No, if we can't say Bertorice, we've got to say Riche. I find Gap's nicknames for people hilarious. However, just as how a witch can manifest herself if her existence is acknowledged by a great many humans and the anti-magic toxin disappears.
そのアイテムの魔力を信じれば逆に魔力を維持することもある。
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the power of that magical item can also be preserved if it is believed in by a great many humans, i.e. the gold.
皮肉な話ですね。
That's ironic.
私たち魔女がどんな魔法を授けてもそれを受け取れるかどうかはすべて
I know.
人間次第なんですね。
But the only thing is, though I agree with this only really applies when you're not at the highest levels of magical power. When you're at the highest levels of magical power, the illusion is so strong that, you know, everyone can just die. You're superior to them. They can all fuck off with their anti-magic toxins. But at the same time, they really, really are relevant to people as, you know, people like this. Yeah, that's ironic. No matter what kind of magic we witches give out, everything depends on whether the human we give it to can accept it. Yeah, exactly, because of the fact that these people were all illusions.
薬もそうだと聞いているぞ。
I've heard that the same goes for medicine.
同じ薬を飲んでもその効果を知らされている人間にはより大きい効果が出るという。
That is interesting. Person involved in magic actually using science? Oh my god. I remember the brown tube analogy, that was really quite funny. Yeah, I've heard that the same thing goes for medicine. Even with the exact same medicine, humans who know of the medicine's effect experience it to the greater degree. Yeah, exactly.
ちょっとわかります。
Oh, I think I understand.
風邪薬とか飲んだとき、薬効の解説書とか読んでると薬の効きがいいような気がしますよね。
Placebo effect. Oh, I think I understand. When taking cold medicine, I've gotten the feeling that it's more effective when you read the description on the bottle. As she listened, Beato thought that magic sounded a bit like a ritual. Yeah, I see that, yeah. One of the first things I thought when I heard about the belief aspect of it was Oyashiro-sama, how similar it is to that. When most humans think of magic, they think of incredible miracles when being performed on one another in front of a crowd of other humans. Yeah, definitely, yeah. They don't think of small acts like, I don't know, making it so that Beatrice's existence is proven by, for example, opening and closing a door or a window. However, this true magic is that the older sister spoke of sounded like almost like a ritual. Yeah, something that has no effect if the person using it doesn't believe it. Fair enough, yeah. Shannon's heart was captured by George bit by bit as he grew by leaps and bounds. However, she had given up, thinking that one of a different class such as herself would never find love. Yeah, that's horrible, yeah. Yeah. That's when Beatrice had given her the golden butterfly brooch and encouraged her. That is really nice, yeah. I love this image as well, by the way. Can we just think about that? But yeah, seriously, yeah. Giving up, that means that you have no chance of success. Definitely. Not necessarily, though. What if you... No. However, if the power of magic makes you think there might be some chance of your wish coming true... Yeah, then the odds of it happening are at least greater than 0. 0 remains 0 forever. Fair enough, yeah. So, a miracle is a fitting word to describe even a faint chance coming into existence. I suppose so, yeah, because obviously it's disturbing the tendency of 0 remaining at the state of being 0 forever. Humans can use magic to defeat resignation. Sloth. Yeah, the process by which they make themselves their probability of success is 0. When a human refuses to give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. The more you try, even if the chance is low, the more chances you have at going and, you know, making it so that let's say you're hitting darts and, you know, the low chance is the bullseye, you've got more chance of hitting the bullseye. And also we've got more chance of making me not use shitty, cheesy analogies. And the more determined they become, the greater the odds rise. Yeah, fair, yeah. It was easy to imagine Shannon making earnest wishes upon that brooch, believing in its effect. And trying little things over and over again to get George to like her. Yeah. The power of belief becomes magic. Yeah, definitely, yeah. That's key. Isn't that interesting? And those who make others believe are witches. Yeah. Angie's a witch. Who else did she make believe? Those who make others believe are witches. Yeah, I agree. That's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true. Yeah. It's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true. Let's say a witch steps out into a spotlight, waves her staff in front of a crowd of onlookers, and makes a rabbit appear out of thin air. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you don't look at human tricks, then you are going to believe in the fact that magic has actually been used. The many people who see it will surely assume it to be a sleight of hand. Yeah, they may wonder They might wonder at how it was accomplished, but they'll surely say that it couldn't have been real magic. Yeah, and when they applaud, it would be for a splendid trick that, yeah, that only appeared to be magic. Yeah, exactly, but what if? Ah, yeah, what if somebody performed a sacred ceremony inside a great ancient temple in front of a crowd of believers? And ended up with the exact same result? Would any of the people there think it was a sleight of hand? No, because there's different circumstances, I would have thought. Maybe they could have in theory, actually. In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist and despite spirits were worshipped. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, but obviously people would have less... The thing is about people then, they have less... Well, no. Well, a lot of people in general, they would just be trained less to doubt what they see. If they think that a higher power is giving them magic, then why would they doubt anything about what the nature of the magic was? So it is really interesting to think that the magic doesn't work in this world, but at the same time, before people actually, well, the more advanced human race became, the less we believed in divinity, really, and spirits, anything astrological. In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist and divine spirits were worshipped, this would doubtly have become a miracle of magic. Yeah. In that case, could this here be magic?
ほう、魔法の使いの魔女のそなたが初めて振るう魔法とはどんなものか。
Well now, what will be the first spell performed by the witch unable to use magic?
ここに空の紅茶のカップがあります。
Oh, that is really interesting. I suppose you could kind of apply this here, because part of a witch is making other people believe. If you make Beatrice believe that your teacup has actually been filled by magic, then, and if you believe in it yourself, then you will be able to actually do it. Interesting that, you know, it's all an illusion magic though, so you even give the illusion to the people who are illusions. Here I have an empty teacup. There is nothing inside it. Yes, it is empty. And then you take it. Turn it like this. She's doing Maria's trick. Interesting. And place it upside down on the table. I love her excitement, it's so funny. No, but the only thing is, this is the thing. It is so easily done to make it so that a trick is, you know, a trick prevents this from being real magic. Let's both close our eyes and chant the incantation. It was the same magic that had been used to give Maria's candies. Yeah, Maria candies. Beato the Elder grinned and closed her eyes. This is going to be interesting. I really wonder if she's going to be able to use it. When she saw this, Beato slowly chanted the incantation. Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup? Indeed. Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup? As she chanted, Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was... Yeah, interesting that, yeah. Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was repeating with her eyes closed. Oh, then a single gold butterfly appeared out from nowhere. Fluttered down onto the overturned cup. And scattered away in a golden splash. Yeah, that is weird. May I open my eyes now? Yes.
カップの中身を改めてください。
I really wonder if there is actually going to be anything there, but at the same time, judging by the fact that there was a golden butterfly there, I think it's probably indicative of the fact that something is there. Please open your eyes and inspect the contents of the cup.
さてさて、
Well, now
そなたが初めて使う魔法は
that's going to be
いか
interesting.
ほどのものか。
Let's see how well your first bit of magic has performed. Taking her time and dragging out the suspense a little, the older sister lifted up the cup.
おや、いかがでしょうか。
How is it? When the cup was lifted up. Interesting. They lay a single golden rose petal.
これは魔法になるでしょうか。
That is interesting. Does this count as magic?
うん、なるとも。
Yes, it does.
そなたが魔法にて
Got a golden truth. Wow.
黄金の花びらを生み出した。
That's actually really, really surprising to me. You use magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup. Right, that is really, really interesting. So this gives me the impression that the gold truth is only the person who can be used by the most only the truth that can be used by the most superior person. This is because, objectively, it is not magic, it is an illusion. But at the same time, because of the fact that we think, because of the fact that Beatrice thinks it's a magic, you know, gold truth has been used because it's a truth that only the game master person can use. It doesn't matter whether it is actually true or not. Interesting. That's my assumption. I don't know if that's right or not. That's really quite sweet. You use magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup.
見事な魔法であったぞ。
That's really cool. So you know it's nice when, you know, it's even used in the golden truth. Yeah. Without love, it cannot be seen.
それは理解できてるの。
That much I understand.
これを手品だと断じるもよし、
Yeah, it may be viewed as a trick.
魔法
It
だ
could
と
be, to be
信
fair.
じるもよし。
Also that, it may also believe to be
その
magic.
ものの毒素次第であろうな。
I suppose so, yeah, because... Yeah, that is interesting. It all depends upon the toxin of the individual.
でもこれはかつての魔法の一部を説明はできるけど、全てを説明することはできないわ。
Then again, while this can explain some of the magic that's been used in the past, it can't explain everything.
話を戻すけれど、この程度の魔法やおまじないを信じるという程度の話では、
To get back to the point, all the stuff about believing in magic and rituals.
頑なに恋ができないと嘆いていた家具たちに、それを許すことのできる黄金蝶のブローチとは一体何か。
It doesn't answer the question, what was the golden butterfly
という
brooch?
問いに答えられない。
Yeah. Which allowed the furniture, who strongly believed that they could not love, to finally find love.
そこにいる二人のベアとの話を鵜呑みにするなら、
If we blindly accept the story of those two Berthos as
魔
true,
法には彼らの諦めを取り除く力があると考えるのが妥当であろう。
might we assume that magic has the power to cancel out their feelings of resignation?
どうして家具は恋をしてはいけないの？
Why mustn't furniture fall in
どう
love?
して魔法のブローチの力が必要なの？
Why is the power of the magic brooch necessary?
確かにあんたやベアトたちの話は一見、それにおぼろげとはいえ答えを与えているような気がする。
Yes, it does seem at a glance as though what you and the Berthos are saying provides an answer, though a vague
で
one.
も朗読者だから言わせて。
However, let me say this as a reader.
それでは納得がいかないの。
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I can't accept this as you've presented it. Fair enough. Yeah, if you want to find a human culprit, you can't accept stuff like this. No, I see that though, yeah. You cannot accept it, you say?
Kagu たちはもっともっと悲壮な宿命に抗おうとしているわ。
Yeah, fair enough, yeah, definitely. The tragedy those furniture are struggling to exist is way too big to be explained away by that.
恋愛成就のお守りを託されたくらいで自己改革ができる程度のものだったとは思えないの。
Fair. Yeah, I doubt they could reform their way of thinking just because they were given some charm for making relationships. I know.
現にシャノンはかつてジョージお兄ちゃんとの出会いのきっかけを作ったのはブローチのおかげだけど。
It's true that the brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to get together with George Oni-chan. No, it's just a placebo effect, if you ask me.
魔法の力を借りずに関係を深めたいと言ってベアトにブローチを返そうとさえしたわ。
But sometime after that, she said she wanted to deepen their relationship without borrowing the power of magic, and she even tried to give the brooch back to Beato. Yeah, exactly. I think this just really indicates that somebody is going to die.
一度は魔法の奇跡と決別したはず。
Yeah, definitely. At that point, she supposedly rejected the miracle of magic for a
なのに、
time.
なぜ再びその力を必要としているの？
Oh my god, what's Featherin thinking, I wonder? Yeah, so why would that power be necessary again?
さて、
Well, now.
恋と結婚は別物としか言いようがないであろうな。
Well, now, perhaps there is no way to say it except that love and marriage are very different things. Featherin laughed lightly. She had probably formed a theory of her own and was laughing at Angie, who had originally... No, I see that yet, and obviously I'm kind of feeling like Featherin, not laughing at her, but yeah, let me hear it. What's your view? I do wonder what she's going to say. Because it does make sense as to why Angie doesn't have this instinct that we have, but yeah. Yep, that's confirmed it. I'd like to keep that to myself for just a while longer.
疑問を持ち、思考を巡らすそなたを見ることもまた朗読
That is
の楽し
understandable,
みだ。
actually. Yeah, and of course, watching you form doubts and let your mind race is one of the joys of being read aloud to.
私の見解を話せば、そなたは
Yeah,
それに納得
seriously.
し、
Yeah.
思考を止める。
If I gave you my views, you would accept them and stop thinking.
それでは朗読が面白くない。
That is fair, yeah. Then having you read aloud would be no fun.
すでに答えを知ってる推理小説を読ませて右往左往するところを見て 楽しんでるってわけ
Yep.
ね。
Hi, viewers. So you're having me read a mystery novel you already know the answer to, just so that you can enjoy watching me blunder about.
それが感激の魔女というものだ。
But to be fair, that is true. Yeah, well, I am the Witch of Theatre going.
悪趣味と笑いたくば笑うがよい。我が巫女よ。
Damn. Isn't it really quite funny to think that, you know, no matter how much of a dick this person is to Featherin, you know, as long as it entertains her, it doesn't matter. If you wish to laugh at my bad taste, please do not hold back, my Miko.
わははは。
I love that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think a laugh as shitty as that and as very enthusiastic as that, it deserves it. I understand that part of magic is created by a believing heart. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. However, though it permeates so far, the power that dwells within magic is small. Yeah, lots of people visit shrines to pray for successes on tests. That's hilarious, I didn't realise that. My god. However, people rarely credit such a visit as the reason for those successes. Yeah, they credit themselves, yeah. By itself, praying does little more than give one peace of mind. Yes! In love, where even a small chance and a little bit of courage can result in major changes. Exactly, yeah, this power can sometimes bring about incredible transformations. Yeah. However, would something like that really be enough? To change the insurmountable fate of furniture. Higurashi spoiler. I think the power of belief is best shown in Minagoroshi. Look at the fate with Satoko and how they changed something that, you know, let's be honest, should be impossible to change. In the past, when Shannon and George were brought together, I imagine that the brooch's magical power functioned as little more than a ritualistic charm. Yeah, exactly, yeah. However, by now, the magical power that the furniture seek from that brooch, no, it's not something as vague as a ritual. It feels much, much stronger, like a whole different interpretation of magic. Yeah, and what I do find really interesting, like, it is kind of an interpretation of magic that differs because of the fact that it's being used for a different intent. If you believe in a sleight of hand, and the different interpretation is because rather than being used to aid a love and aid emotion, it's being used to, you know, aid a life and potentially save a life. If you believe in a sleight of hand, it becomes magic. Yeah, but that's no more than a child's trick. And that only explains one part of magic. Yeah. They are hoping for something. They are hoping for something with much, much more power. Exactly, yeah. For true magic, not just sleight of hand. Exactly, yeah. The magic that you can't possibly disprove with human means. Well, you can disprove anything with human means. It's all open to... interpretation.
黄金町のブローチに
Is it me, or I just had a really, really weird moment there. I just had a really odd moment of unrecognition. I think it's because of the fact that the sprites are smaller. Like, more of... No, I don't get what it was. I think it's just so weird seeing Beatrice in this expression here, Beatrice the Elder, that obviously this expression looks really similar to that of this Beatrice, because their expressions usually have some things that are different about them. No, I see why it's odd now. The eyes look different. So then...
どんな魔法を期待しているというの？
just what kind of magic is the furniture expecting from the brooch? I think you'll find out. Oh my god, that's so interesting. We know the answer, yet she doesn't whatsoever.
ブローチ？
Oh, that's interesting. But the only thing is, because of the fact that if you look in the magical interpretation, if you look with a magical standpoint, because of the fact that it's been handed down from somebody else, it's going to have less power. But at the same time, if these people believe in it, then maybe that difference in power could potentially be made up for. Who knows?
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが
There exists a magic charm that the Golden Witch Beatrice gave to Shannon in exchange for
霊感
smashing a
を割る
mirror.
のと引き換えにシャノンに与えた
Yeah,
恋を
which,
成就させる魔法のお守り
and which made her love bear
これ
fruit.
がそれです
Yeah, that's what this is. From his pocket. Oh, that's interesting. Connor pulled a single wing from a gold. You have got to be kidding me. Has he actually kept that from all this time? Oh my, that is absurd. Wow. That is properly impressive. I feel like he regretted his mistake so much back then. Yeah. Though it was a single wing, it was easy to tell from its shape that it had originally been part of something with a butterfly motif.
このブローチの魔法はシャノンにジョージ様と恋仲になる機会を与えました
The magic of this brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to start her relationship with George Summer. Yeah, definitely, yeah.
それを最後まで成就する前に僕に譲りました
However, before that magic was fully realised, she left it to me.
だから僕はこのブローチの力で
So thanks to the power of this brooch.
お嬢様の好意を得ました
I came to your affection,
そん
milady.
なわけないよ。
No, I see that, yeah, that's not true.
私がカノン君を好きになったのは自分の素直な気持ちだぜ。
I started liking you because of my own honest
ありがとう
feelings.
ございます
Thank you very
お嬢
much.
様は人間だから魔女も魔法も信じない
You were human, so you do not believe in witches or magic.
無理もないことです
Yeah, it's only natural.
しかし魔法で生み出された家具
Yeah, that is
僕がここに
interesting.
存在すること自体が
So, applying the theory of the illusion of the witch, how do they
魔法の奇
become
跡が
affected?
存在する証拠なのです
Yeah. My very existence here is proof that miracle of magic exists.
ごめん。
Sorry.
何の話？
Ah, what are you talking about? It's going to be interesting. Yeah, Jessica tried to make sense of Conon's words. However, she couldn't understand and had to ask him to repeat it, wearing a stiff smile.
僕もシャノンも
But Shannon and I
恋を成就させるには魔法が必要なのです
need magic to succeed in love.
そのための鍵がこのブローチ
The key for that is in this
僕
brooch.
が踏んで割ったので僕たちは一つずつ持ち合っています
Oh, right, that makes sense now. Yeah, that makes more sense. I stepped on it and crushed it, so we each have one part now. Yeah, the brooch had lost its power for when it was split in half. However, if it was ever joined together again, its magic would be revived. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, it will revive the miraculous power that could join a furniture and a human
し
together.
かし一つのブローチは
Yeah.
一人の願いしか叶えない
Well, if the other people die, then that would be a good way of granting the wish. I mean, obviously that would never happen, but still, could you imagine if that was some sort of ridiculous motive? However, a single bridge can only grant one person's wish.
家具の僕たちはこの一つのブローチによって
Isn't that interesting?
結ばれ得ないのです。
Now, thinking more subtly, maybe this could actually be foreshadowing that he knows that one of the 4 people here is actually going to die. And, you know, this means, I don't know, something about get the other piece of the brooch so that your desire can be met, or the other people's desires can be met, I don't know. That was the final seed of love, a spark of love, which the old shrilly laughing Beatrice had sown. The old Beatrice had said that humans tormented by this spark were like a ripe fruit. Yeah, which she crudely used for her own enjoyment. However, the magic infused within this seal was real. Seed was real. It was the only crystallization of magic that the Golden Witch Beatrice ever left in this world. That is actually really interesting that the only one object that you could fully assign magic to is this. It's glinting creased. Oh. What the?
大丈夫です。
It's okay.
でも直接は見ないで。
But please don't look right at
目を
it.
やられます。
It'll blow. Oh my god, what? What the fuck is actually happening? The glint grew even stronger, shining like the sun? That is weird. Oh, yeah, understandable, yeah. Interesting that Kanon can't actually cover it, but because this is just how your effects towards magic differ what you view, really. Even without Kanon's warning, Jessica wouldn't have been able to stop herself from covering her eyes with her hands. Interesting. As the light grew stronger, a sound like the roar of the wind, or the tide, also grew in intensity. The sound of the wind and rain outside had already been overwhelmed. Jessica could no longer even stand, and she crouched on the floor. A flood of sounding light. That is really weird. Until it withdrew, Jessica could do nothing but moan. So where are we going to be now? Yeah, do you mind? My fucking eyes are dying. Please. God. Oh. Oh, right, okay. Did not expect that. Yeah, I didn't have to kill my eyes. Well, it's actually really quite interesting. So I suppose that, you know, it's really interesting that the butterflies actually giving their power for the love to actually be possible is...
What's the
fuck? Isn't that interesting? This is such a beautiful image. But yeah, it just reflects the beauty of a couple that may actually be, you know, sparkling with potential of actually forming together, really. That's absurd. As you can probably tell by my webcam, actually I don't know if you can tell, but like, yeah, my eyes are fucking tired right now, so I'm just gonna not look at the screen. But yeah. Anyway, that was really, really. Oh my god, it feels weird not looking at the screen while talking. But yeah. Anyway, that was a really interesting chapter. And my god, we covered so much today. I'm really going to be interested in seeing who you know, the person. Wait, I can just do this, can't I? Yeah, I can just close the game. Brilliant. There we are. No bright light for me. Huh. Yeah, isn't it just really quite interesting to think that, you know, everything regarding the game board is, oh my god, it's just going to, it's really, really coming together. And it is interesting just seeing everything regarding Gorda. That is, if, I'm assuming that Gorda is actually the person who can escape. I mean, I'm going to be honest, it only makes sense, in my opinion, for it to be Gorda. I really don't know, though. It's kind of unlikely as to, who else it could be. It's going to be really, really interesting to see not only how the murders are carried out, but secondly, you know, what in general happens. Erika as well. Oh my god, I'm excited to see what's going to happen with her, because obviously the beginning that was foreshadowed, and secondly, you know, well, just in general, the fact that she knows of her mistakes from episode 5, so what is she going to do in order to, you know, eradicate those mistakes? Also, I do find it really interesting that, you know, Elder Beatrice and you know, Beatrice, their differences, and you know, the illusion of magic, and you know, everything about the Bruce, that was really quite cool, and it was just really quite funny to see how much of an arsehole Featherin is. But this indicates something. If, well, not really an arsehole, but just annoying for Angie. If Featherin doesn't say something, then that is a lead you need to pursue, because it could be really relevant. So yeah, I'll be sure to be careful of that next time. So yeah, I'm gonna go now. My god, that was so fun today, and yeah, I'm really quite excited for tomorrow. I do wonder what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I hope soon we're going to be looking into the murders of the First Twilight. I feel like it's going to be likely. Then again, at the same time, there's no way of knowing. So yeah, who knows? Right, anyway, see you guys. Hope you enjoyed, and yeah, have a good one.